Chapter 158. Quite a few people stood on the deck of the ship. There were both monks and Taoists among them. They gazed at the island of cherishing flowers in the distance with worried expressions. Part 2. If the people of the Jianghu were present, they would definitely cry out in surprise, as basically all the decent masters of the orthodox path within several hundred kilometers of Jeping had gathered here. There was black and white in the world. The so-called orthodox path was not necessarily pure, flawless, and chivalrous, but they were a group of people who obeyed the law and maintained order. There were quite a lot of people who treated benevolence and etiquette as their family rules. You could call it hypocritical, but most people in the world still liked to stand in the sunlight. This was the principle of humanity. The hypocrite Yubuchuan had done many good deeds like purging evil and helping the weak at the end of the day, while the true villain Tian Buguang had truly harmed countless ordinary people. However, the conflict between the orthodox path and the orthodox path had never stopped for a single day. To put it simply, from the very beginning, if a martial artist wanted to live a luxurious life of luxury, the simplest and most direct way was to become a thief, steal money, and steal women. There were also many people who were unwilling to do this, but they also wanted to live a luxurious life of extravagance. They wanted to become young heroes, so killing a nest of mountain bandits was obviously a good choice. They would have money and women, and they would gain something else as well, fame. If a young hero managed to kill countless mountain bandits without dying, he would become a great hero, while a petty thief who managed to steal countless money and women without dying, he would become a great thief. The two of them obviously had a lot of enemies, but that did not matter. They had quite a lot of friends too. With this, they formed two groups of people who constantly fought with each other. To put it in simpler terms, there were countless grievances and grievances between generations. The grievances could go back several lifetimes. Every single one of the unorthodox masters who came to the island of cherishing flowers had enemies on the ship. When the news of the pills seizing assembly spread, not only were the unorthodox masters restless, but the people on the ship became restless as well. When they thought about how their enemies would break through to the innate realm and appear before them, kill them, and then steal their money and women, they could not just stand by and watch. And, if there were such great pills, who would want them? Thus, they secretly planned this operation. However, this group of orthodox experts was vaguely led by a little girl, and they respectfully surrounded her. The little girl was only about 13 or 14 years old. She stood at the bow of the ship, dressed in plain clothes that fluttered in the wind. Her face was calm and mature, but because of her baby face and her young age, she looked a little funny. An old monk with white hair and brows bent down and said, "Miss Hua, do you think so?" The little girl stared at the island of cherishing flowers in the mist like a general. She did not respond at all. The old monk raised his head and looked at the others helplessly. Then, they all looked at the young lady in purple beside the little girl. They were all renowned figures of the Jianghu, yet none of them could do anything to this little girl, as not only was she a second-layer Qi practitioner at such a young age, but she also came from a renowned clan. When she went out for training, she became acquainted with great hero Yu's daughter, Yu Zijian, who was also the girl in violet, which was why they agreed to assist her. As soon as they arrived by the lake, she took out a small boat from her 100 treasures pouch and tossed it into the water. It turned into a huge ship, which left everyone amazed. With her assistance, the operation this time was basically in the bag. The evil followers would definitely die a horrible death. Yu Zijian said, "Chenglu, say something." Hua Chenglu raised her hand with composure, telling Yu Zijian not to say anything more. Afterwards, she waved the small flag in her hand and ordered, "Turn the ship around and prepare to fire." The ship slowly turned around, facing the island of cherishing flowers on the port side. Afterwards, several dozen small wooden doors opened, and several dozen pitch-black cannons extended out. However, because the ship was a mechanical puppet, it was not controlled by the crew at all. Instead, it was completely controlled by the flag in her hand. As a result, the mighty order did not seem as mighty anymore. Instead, it was rather comical. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Yu Zijin whispered, "Chenglu, are the fire dragon cannons really that powerful?" Due to being doubted, Hua Qinglu's composed face became furious. She pointed at the island of cherishing flowers. "Watch me flatten this place." Afterwards, she ordered loudly, "Fire." The pitch-black cannons sprayed with several dozen sparks, like the roars of fire dragons. They planted several dozen mushroom clouds on the island of cherishing flowers in the distance, destroying most of the structures on the island in an instant. The island of cherishing flowers, the magnificent hall collapsed, and the small, exquisite building burst into flames. The island of cherishing flowers that Shen Shihua had managed for so many years was reduced to ashes with his death. The orthodox masters on the deck were all shocked. They believed that even if they were on the island, they would not be able to escape alive. Compared to true innate abilities, acquired cultivators were just too weak. Yu Zijian murmured, "So powerful." A sliver of complacency appeared in Hua Qinglu's eyes, but she did not show it on her face. Yu Zijian asked in worry, "Qinglu, are there any innocent people on the island?" Hua Qinglu lectured earnestly, "Zijian, those who want to achieve great things shouldn't be bothered by trifles. You're still too young." The other orthodox masters all felt that this little girl truly was the descendant of a renowned clan. They did not take Yu Zijian's words seriously. As long as they could blast these bastards to death, who cared if they were innocent or not? Standing on the boat from afar and watching their enemies turn to ash, there was nothing more delightful than that. Great hero, Yu smiled warmly and generously. "Zijian, even if there are innocent people, they've sacrificed themselves for the sake of the martial arts society. The people of the underworld are all cruel and cunning. If we can't be more decisive and smarter than them, how are we supposed to defeat them? You need to learn more from Miss Hua." Yu Zijian curled her lip. She dared not argue back. She only felt like her father had changed. In the past, great hero Yu would have scolded her sternly and scolded her if she dared to speak like this in front of the other members of the martial arts society in the past. If she dared to disobey him again, he would directly draw his sword. Although he had never actually cut her down, he was nowhere near as gentle as he was right now. Because of his daughter's acquaintance with Hua Qinglu, great hero Yu received the respect of the other members of the martial arts society. He basically laughed even in his dreams. Not only was Yu Zijian's future bright, but even he, her father, could benefit from it. Obviously, he was kind to his daughter. In particular, before Hua Qinglu, he was basically the epitome of a benevolent father. Under the flattery of the orthodox masters, Hua Qinglu smiled like she did not care. She waved the flag in her hand and launched another volley of cannons. The entire island of cherishing flowers was enveloped in flames and smoke. The shockwave struck a huge shield and dispersed as a whirlwind. Li Qingshan lowered the spiritual artifact shield and looked at the surface of the lake in surprise. What was going on? He was not surprised that there were firearms in this world. He was just curious as to who would, but in like they wanted to flatten the island of cherishing flowers. However, there was no point in thinking too much about it. It had instead helped him out. Cannon fire at this level posed no threat to him at all. With the table-sized shield, he walked through the cannon fire like it was flat ground. He was unscathed. However, to the unorthodox masters, it was basically the end of the world. Not a single super master who shouted, "You have cannons, I have divine arts," appeared. They were all blasted to pieces as they wailed for their parents, saving Li Qingshan the trouble of finding them one by one. Little and passed through the cannon fire easily and arrived before Li Qingshan. Within the endless booms, Li Qingshan nodded. His voice was swallowed up by the booms. His lips moved as if he was saying, "Let's begin." Both of their eyes seemed to be shining brightly. Little and brought his palms together and held the skull prayer beads in his palms. Afterwards, he lowered his head and chanted. The flames flowed like water, silently spreading through the heavy smoke. They crept from the collapsed walls to the burning buildings, devouring the corpses one by one. 427, 311, 225, 131, he silently calculated in his heart. Suddenly, Little and raised his head. His eyes shone with joy. All the flames began to flow back to his side. They coiled around him like snakes and turned into a large cocoon, wrapping him in layers. Gradually, little An could no longer be seen. All that was left was a large crimson cocoon made of flames floating in the air. Li Qingshan stared at the flame cocoon. He did not look away for a moment. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly became nervous. The bombardment continued. At this moment, a cannonball pierced through the thick smoke and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's left hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the cannonball. Boom! The cannonball exploded in his palm, charring his hand. He continued to stare at the cocoon as if he did not feel it. He did not even turn his head. Time passed by slowly. Before he knew it, the cannonball had already stopped firing. Li Qingshan just sat down in the rubble and leaned on his hand. At that moment, apart from little An, there was nothing in the world, no one, that was worth his attention. Even Xianyue and Gu Yenying were no exceptions. His ambition of venturing beyond the 9 heavens was temporarily set aside as well. On the deck of the ship, Hua Qinglu smiled. "It's done." She waved her flag and ordered, "Let's go and take a look." "What's that?" Someone suddenly called out, pointing behind the ship. Everyone turned their heads and became extremely stunned. A carriage tore through the mist, rapidly crossing the water and arriving before the ship in the blink of an eye. It stopped slowly. Grandma Shimin lifted the curtain and frowned. This was the Hua family's wave cutter. She had seen it in the Clear River Prefecture before, so she could not be wrong. The mechanical ship had been forged by a few great masters of Moism. The fire dragon cannons on it were powerful, and it carried several hundred mechanical puppets. Every single one of them possessed the strength of a low-level Qi practitioner, so it was extremely expensive to build. Her sect was powerful, but she could not ignore the Hua family's influence in the Clear River Prefecture. As a result, she called out, "May I ask which fellow from the Hua family is here?" Hua Qinglu leapt onto the railing and said, "Hua Qinglu is here." Grandma Shimin said, "So it's you, brat. You stole the family's ship and ran off to play. You better be careful of getting spanked for mixing around with these riffraff." The Orthodox masters all had no objections when they were called riffraff. Regardless of gender, they all stared at Grandma Shimin in a daze and sighed in admiration. There's actually such a beauty in the world. Even her wrinkles seem to contain an extremely enchanting radiance. Chapter 159. Scarlet Hua Qinglu did not fall for that. She refused to back down. "So it's you, you old ghost. This ship was mine in the first place. You're the one who stole the carriage and ran off to play." Grandma Shimin said in displeasure, "You're so young, yet you're already so sharp-tongued. I'll definitely have a good talk with your father when I see him. I have matters to attend to right now, so I don't have time for a little girl like you." Hua Qinglu immediately retorted, "Then when I see big brother Qingzan, I'll have a good talk with him too." "You old woman, you're bullying me just because I'm young." Grandma Shimin snorted coldly. The carriage sped up towards the island of Cherishing Flowers, leaving behind 2 tracks on the surface of the lake. In the carriage, the young man in red said unhappily, "Grandma, why don't you teach this girl a lesson?" Grandma Shimin said, "Neither her father nor brother are kind people. They're difficult to deal with, or I would have taken her life a long time ago. Humph, there'll be a time for her to cry in the future. If you hadn't insisted on eating the sugar-roasted chestnuts, delaying us, we would have arrived a long time ago and dealt with Li Qingshan. We wouldn't have to endure this girl's anger either." If regular second-layer Qi practitioners were bold enough to be so rude to Grandma Shimin, she would have killed them on the spot a long time ago. However, since they were from the Hua family, she could not help but show some respect. Moreover, Hua Sengzan's identity as the Scarlet Wolf Commander possessed quite the deterrence in the Clear River Prefecture. The young man in red curled his lip. "It's not like I'm the only one who wants to eat it. Not to mention, it's not too late right now. Li Qingshan must still be on the island." On the deck, Hua Qinglu gazed at the departing carriage and snorted coldly. However, her soft, nasal voice was nowhere near as forceful as Grandma Shimon's snort. It was more like a pout. With a wave of the flag, the wave breaker cut through the waves and pursued the carriage, heading towards the island of cherishing flowers. In the mist, the outline of the island of cherishing flowers gradually became clear. The flames from the cocoon grew weaker and weaker, like the setting sun. Only a scarlet sphere remained, and it grew smaller and smaller. Rain fell from the sky and landed on the cocoon, causing white mist to rise. The cocoon was filled with red light. Little An's body was curled up. Just now, he was in his mother's womb. The flame was no longer a flame, but a viscous liquid, like the amniotic fluid in the womb. Moreover, it contained a tremendous amount of life energy. Bit by bit, it completely soaked him. He had already comprehended a little of the essence of the path of white bone and great beauty. At this moment, he wanted to turn the dead back to life and enter a state that was neither dead nor alive, turning white bone into great beauty. His bony fingers formed a Buddhist seal, and a mysterious secret was triggered. Flesh grew from the bones, and the flesh was reconstructed. Li Qingshan held his breath. With a crack appeared on the cocoon and spread in all directions. Li Qingshan's heart was in his throat. A tender little hand stretched out from the cocoon. It was white with a tinge of red, as if it was carved from blood jade. One could almost see the veins and arteries within. Li Qingshan shot to his feet, but he did not dare to disturb it. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly felt his eyes turn moist and red. He had personally witnessed Little An's soul turn into white bone, and then to the rebirth of flesh and blood. His heart was enveloped by great joy. He believed that no matter how cruel and bloody this path was, what he possessed was not just slaughter and hatred. With a series of cracking sounds, the cocoon shattered. Flames rose from within, and a petite figure stood in the flames, reborn from the ashes. A strange fragrance of sandalwood wafted into the air, immediately driving away the pungent smell of smoke and soothing one's heart. Li Qingshan took a step forward. Little An, you finally. The flames dispersed, revealing a little girl, naked, with her hands forming a Buddhist seal, standing in the lotus petal-like flames. Her skin was like carved jade, and there was a red mole on her forehead. Her eyes were like two black pearls. From top to bottom, there was not a trace of impurities or dirt, as pure as a red lotus. She looked at her hands in confusion, as if she could not believe that she had really recovered her flesh and blood. She raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. It seemed that she was not used to using her face. There was no expression on her face, but her black pearl-like eyes suddenly burst out with incomparable joy. She stretched out her arms to him. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment, then he quickly walked forward and hugged her tightly in his arms, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Just like the father who had been waiting outside the delivery room for a long time. Although he only found out that the child was not a boy, but a girl, to him, this little accident was not a big deal. It was not worth paying too much attention to. The joy in his heart would not change in the slightest. Li Qingshan could not stop saying, "This is great." After a long time, Li Qingshan suddenly felt that his tongue was clumsy and did not know what to say. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said, "Put on your clothes first." Little and nodded obediently in his arms. Li Qingshan let go of her and rummaged through his 100 treasures pouch. He said in distress, "But there are only male clothes." "Sigh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Little and shook her head, as if saying that she had also forgotten. After so many years, whether it was a soul or a white bone, gender was not important. Li Qingshan was helpless. When the witch abducted her, she must have disguised herself as a boy to deceive others. It had always been his first impression. Li Qingshan examined Little and again, once again confirming that there was no mistake. However, he found that there were red marks on her body. Her skin was as delicate as a newborn's, like fine silk. Even she would be scratched, not to mention his rough embrace. He asked with concern, "Did I hurt you?" Little and shook her head. Compared to the pain of the blood flames burning her body and the blue flames burning her bones, this kind of pain was simply the most blissful. Li Qingshan carefully helped her change her clothes as if he was holding a fragile rare treasure. Little An opened her eyes wide. She wanted to say that she was not that weak, but she also enjoyed the care she was receiving at this moment. Li Qingshan could not help but pinch her cheek. It felt very good to the touch. It was so delicate that it seemed as if it would turn into water and slide down his fingertips. Touching the red mole on her forehead, he vaguely remembered that this was the mark left behind by the ginseng liquid. Could it also appear on the body? Little An was like a doll, obediently not moving at all. She let him pinch her. Feeling the warmth from his fingertips, her heart skipped a beat. Li Qingshan rubbed her smooth head and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you don't have hair, but it will grow back soon." Little An blinked her eyes and suddenly took a step back. She clenched her fists and held her breath, gathering all her strength. Then, her black hair grew out crazily. Not long after, it fell from her shoulders to her waist. Li Qingshan hurriedly said, "It's done, it's done." Only then did Little An stop exerting strength. Her long hair had already grown to her knees. It was moist and lush like water plants, with natural curls. It was so dark that it did not reflect any luster. It was very special. He saw that she was wearing a gorgeous lake silk gown, like an extremely handsome young master. Li Qingshan looked at her with indescribable joy. He was very happy and could not help but laugh. He felt that the road ahead was bright and there was nothing he could not do. At this moment, the neighing of a horse came from the lake. Li Qingshan turned his head and saw a horse carriage passing through the thick fog, quickly approaching, followed by a large ship. Li Qingshan frowned. If his guess was correct, the cannons just now were fired from this large ship. And on the horse carriage, there seemed to be a strong aura, and it carried hostility. This was not the ability of a Qi practitioner, but purely the instinct of a demon. The horse carriage sped up the shore and quietly stopped in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan saw an old woman wearing a large red robe getting off the carriage. Her whole body was emitting a threatening aura. Even Zhuo Zhibua had not felt such a strong aura. Among the people he had met, the only one who was close to it was Hua Sengzan, but he was much weaker than Hua Sengzan. The person who came was a 9th-layer Qi practitioner expert. The Westgate granny disembarked from the carriage, but her gaze slid past Li Qingshan and landed on Shaoan beside him. Afterwards, she was unable to shift her gaze away anymore. Her face was filled with shock as she murmured, "Radiant like the flowers of spring, flowing with light, skin of ice and bones of jade, and makeup of jade. How can a single person possess so many aspects of beauty? Hold on, is this the legendary heavenly fragrance and nation beauty? This is impossible." Grandma Shimin was experienced and knowledgeable. Of course, she would not be shocked by a child's appearance. The words she said were not just simple words of praise. These were the standards and names used in the sect to judge a person's physiognomy. There was the flower moon physiognomy, the peach blossom physiognomy, the fragrant jade physiognomy, and so on. Some were high, some were low, and they were carefully divided into 9 grades. If one had any of the physiognomy, they would be able to cultivate the sect's charm arts with half the effort. If one had a higher physiognomy, they could easily achieve extraordinary results. The current sect master had the peach blossom physiognomy. He had been valued by the previous sect master and taken in as a disciple, which was why he had his current achievements. As for Grandma Shimin, she had the red flying physiognomy of the dancing red emerald physiognomy. She had also stood out and become one of the 4 great grannies of the sect. As for Jeping City's top courtesan, Hibiscus, although her appearance was ordinary, she had been taken in as a disciple because of her graceful appearance. Among the various physiognomy, there was one physiognomy that only existed in legends. Chapter 160. Grandma Shimin had wanted to kill Li Qingshan the moment she saw him. It did not matter if Li Qingshan had anything to do with Zhao Liangqing and Furong's disappearance. She wanted to put an end to this matter. Soonest updat, but seeing that Little End was so close to him, it was not convenient for him to kill him, lest he formed a grudge with this good disciple. As for trash like Zhao Liangqing and Farong, it didn't matter if they died. They weren't worth Grandma's attention. Li Qingshan was stunned. He couldn't tell what kind of relationship he had with Little N, so he asked, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" "She's Grandma Shimin." The ship reached the shore, and Hua Qinglu leapt off, landing gracefully on the ground. With a great movement technique, she arrived before Li Qingshan in just a few leaps. The group of Orthodox experts also jumped off the ship and prepared to search for the elixir that could allow people to directly advance to the Xiantian realm. When Li Qingshan heard the word gate, he was shocked. Although Zhou Wenbin had warned him, he didn't expect that the gate would directly send such an expert to deal with him. It was really unexpected. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who understood the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. The sect wouldn't be so stupid as to send their men down one by one for him to practice. Hua Qinglu saw the black wolf tablet on Li Qingshan's waist and asked in surprise, "You're a hawk wolf guard. What are you doing here?" Then he saw Little N behind Li Qingshan and praised, "What a beautiful child." Li Qingshan said, "I'm here, of course, to carry out a mission. You look a little familiar." Hua Qinglu was young, but her apple-shaped face had shapely eyebrows and vermilion lips. She was extremely pretty, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Hua Qinglu said, "Since you're a hawk wolf guard, you've obviously seen my big brother Qingzan before. Are you carrying out a mission? Could it be that they also heard that they are going to have a gathering here?" Li Qingshan finally understood. Hua Sengzan was also a rare handsome man. Naturally, he left a deep impression on Li Qingshan. "I was the one who gathered these people. Many of them were servants and spies from the Yamen. You attacked them indiscriminately. Forget it. Thank you for your help. You saved me a lot of trouble. If it weren't for the fact that there were still innocent people on the island, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble to kill them one by one. He only needed to transform into a demon and use the tiger demon's mad roar to kill everyone." Hua Qinglu widened her eyes. "What? Did you gather these people?" The group of Orthodox masters behind him shivered inside. The pill-seizing gathering was actually a scheme of the Hawk Wolf Guard. This young man sure was vicious. He actually wanted to gather all the unorthodox masters together and capture them all in one fell swoop. The pills were definitely out of the question. Grandma Shimin ignored the others and just stared at Little Anne. The more she looked, the happier she was. Little Anne felt uneasy. She hid behind Li Qingshan. Suddenly, Li Qingshan arrived behind Li Qingshan and grabbed Little Anne's hand. She said to Li Qingshan, "This girl has all the fortune in the world. I've taken a liking to her. I want to take her as my disciple and take her back to Clear River City. Are you willing?" She unleashed her arts of charm. In a daze, Li Qingshan saw a great beauty pleading beside his ear. He could not turn down any of her requests. However, when he realized she wanted to take Little Anne away, he immediately shuddered. He bellowed out, "Don't even think about it." When he looked at Grandma Shimin again, she no longer possessed any beauty at all. She was clearly an old monster with orange peels all over her face and vermilion lips. She was just disgusting. Li Qingshan thought of that Horfarong. He wanted to know why this old hag wanted to take Little Anne to a place like the gate. Fury surged into his head, and murderousness immediately erupted. Red light flickered in his eyes. He was tempted to immediately kill Grandma Shimin on the spot. "Even if you've been a benevolent person for 10 lifetimes, an Amitba, I'll still tear you to pieces for making a request like that to vet my hatred." In fact, he even had the thought of turning into a demon to kill the old hag before silencing everyone present. However, he gave up on it in the end. He was unwilling to slaughter the innocent, nor was he confident in killing Grandma Shimin. All he could do was suppress his fury and glare at Grandma Shimin. "I must kill this old hag." Hua Qinglu shivered. She felt like this ordinary young man had turned into a terrifying, vicious beast in a single moment, ready to devour anyone. As for the group of orthodox experts, a few of them with weaker martial arts directly fell to the ground. Grandma Shimin was slightly surprised. She never thought a second-layer Qi practitioner like him could actually break free from her arts of charm. However, she did not care about Li Qingshan's killing intent at all. The strong would never care about the rage of the weak. Grandma Shimin said sinisterly, "That's not up to you. You still have to ask the child's opinion." She smiled at Little and, "Good child, do you want to go back with Granny? Granny has everything." Her bearings suddenly became extremely benevolent. She thought, Li Qingshan is a Qi practitioner, so his murderousness is heavy, which is why he can resist my arts of charm. Dealing with a little child who has never practiced Qi will be a piece of cake. Never did she think that Little End would shake his head emotionlessly, completely unaffected by her. He was even more determined than Li Qingshan. The essence of the path of white bone and great beauty was to change all appearances and see through all appearances. It was the natural nemesis of arts of charm and illusions. Even if the sect master came in person, she would not be able to waver at all. Hua Qinglu sneered, "Old geezer Shimin, do you see that? She doesn't want to talk to you, so stop sticking your face to her." Grandma Shimin was annoyed. "Shut up, little girl." However, she was perplexed. Did the aspect of heavenly fragrance possess the ability to resist charms? Instead, she became even more passionate. She had to bring this girl back no matter what. Hua Qinglu was furious after being scolded by Grandma Shimin in front of everyone. She came from a renowned Hua family, and she was even a direct descendant. Her father was the leader of the family. She had been doted on ever since she was young. She was the little princess of the Hua family. Even her parents had never scolded her like this. Grandma Shimin no longer paid any attention to her. She changed the topic and said to Li Qingshan, "Li Qingshan, I've come from afar this time to ask you where Zhao Liangqing and Furong are." Li Qingshan said indifferently, "The two great disciples of your esteemed sect committed crimes and gave themselves away, fleeing in fear of punishment. How would I know where they are? If you know, you can tell me. I'll definitely bring them to justice." Grandma Shimin said sternly, "Don't you try to quibble. How dare you say you have nothing to do with this? In my opinion, you were the one who did it. Don't think the sect will let this go so easily." Li Qingshan said, "Zhao Liangqing is a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, while I'm a mere second-layer Qi practitioner. How can I be his opponent? Old woman, don't even think about pinning the blame on me. However, if I see them again, I'll definitely kill them. That'll be a great service to the Hawkwolf Guard, worth several hundred points of merit." Grandma Shimin and Li Qingshan's conversation was hurried and quick, so Hua Qinglu was unable to butt in. However, she saw how Li Qingshan was neither servile nor overbearing when faced with Grandma Shimin, who was much more powerful than him. He even stood up to her, angering the old woman until she paled. Only then did she let out a small sigh of relief. She purposefully praised loudly, "This kid sure has some backbone despite his young age." "Old woman, that's unreasonable. The kid is only a second-layer Qi practitioner. If he sees a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, he'll be running for his life. How can you say he was the one who did it? Oh right, I almost forgot. The disciples of the sect all rely on their appearances to make a living. They're all so weak, so there's nothing special about them being killed." Li Qingshan glanced at her. Despite her young age, she spoke like an elder, constantly referring to him as a kid. However, seeing how she stood on his side, he did not mind these small details. Grandma Shimin was first scolded by Li Qingshan, and then mocked by Hua Qinglu. She flew into a rage. "You're looking to die." Her aura was like a raging tide, kicking up wind and rain as it crushed towards Li Qingshan. The orthodox masters nearby only suffered some residual force. They felt like they were heavily injured, and their chests tightened. Only after taking several dozen steps back did they feel a little better. They stared at Grandma Shimin in great shock. They had already heard from Hua Qinglu that she was a 9th layer Qi practitioner on the ship, but none of them had thought a 9th layer Qi practitioner would actually be so powerful. Just the residual force from her aura alone had left them with internal injuries. Just what kind of pressure did the young man who bore the brunt of it endure? Then why don't you try and kill me? Li Qingshan protected little and behind him. He crossed his arms and held his head high, staring at Grandma Shimin from above. He was like a reef in the ocean, standing still no matter how the wind and rain battered him. Hua Qinglu was the closest to him. She felt her chest tighten. She had truly experienced the difference between a 9th layer Qi practitioner and a 2nd layer Qi practitioner. She could not help but back away, but she refused to embarrass the Hua family. She forcefully endured it. Under the pressure of the powerful aura, even her vision gradually blurred. All that remained was the will to endure. Suddenly, she felt her wrist tighten. Someone had pulled her, and the pressure lessened drastically. Her mind cleared up, and she saw Li Qingshan's large back when she raised her head. As it turned out, Li Qingshan had seen how pale she was, so he pulled her behind him to protect her. Her elder brother, Hua Sengzan, had been nice to him, and she had always been on his side. Grandma Shimin was afraid to lay her hands on him precisely because of her. He obviously had to protect this protective talisman. Hua Qinglu gasped for air gently. She had just recovered from her fright. She thought, so when brother and father fight with me normally, they're just playing with me. This old woman is actually so powerful. This kid is also a 2nd layer Qi practitioner, so how is he so powerful? He's actually not afraid of this old woman's aura at all. Li Qingshan's strength was not just at the 2nd layer. Instead, he was equivalent to a 6th or 7th layer Qi practitioner demon. And, he was not born in a honeypot like Hua Qinglu. Instead, he had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, slaughtering 1,000 lives. His murderousness and malice were extremely heavy. Regular ghosts would not even dare to approach within 10 steps of him, so he obviously did not fear Grandma Shimin's aura. Hua Qinglu looked at Little and again. He was completely fine, which made her even more gloomy. She called out from behind Li Qingshan, "Old woman, do you really want to become enemies with the Hawkwolf Guard and the Hua family?" Seeing how threats were useless, Grandma Shimin could only erase her aura. All she could do was grind her teeth in hatred. If it were not for Hua Qinglu's presence, she would have killed Li Qingshan even if she had to silence these orthodox masters. Even a 9th layer Qi practitioner like her was not bold enough to kill a Hawkwolf Guard so brazenly. Chapter 161. Forcing the West Gate back, monthly vote, Grandma Shimin waved her hand. "Miss Hua, I'll show some respect to your Hua family, but you better not be stubborn. This is an important matter for our sect, so it's best if you don't interfere. Take these people and leave." Hua Qinglu would never fall for that. She said, "Since he's a Hawkwolf Guard, he's under my elder brother's command. I definitely won't turn a blind eye to this. If you have the ability, then kill me too. Only then will no one accuse you. Otherwise, you'll be the murderer of abducting children and killing Hawkwolf Guards." Grandma Shimin's face became even colder. She had already thought of this many times. If he were a regular descendant of the Hua family, she would have killed him a long time ago. It would be fine as long as she did not leave behind any evidence. However, Hua Qinglu was the little princess of the Hua family. Even without direct evidence, as long as they found out she had come to Lakeside City, the Hua family would never stop until she was dead. Even the sect could not protect her. All Grandma Shimin could do was change her attitude. She said to Li Qingshan earnestly, "Children really don't know anything. A girl with the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty is a huge disaster to a weakling like you. Hand her to me, and we'll be able to turn enemies into friends. What do you want? Whether it's pills or spiritual artifacts, I have them all. You can choose whatever you want." Little and grabbed Li Qingshan by the hem of his clothes. Li Qingshan only said one word to Grandma Shimin, "Piss off." Grandma Shimin was completely angered. She raised her claw-like hand and true chi surged out violently, stabbing Li Qingshan's face from a few feet away. Li Qingshan stamped her foot and called out, "Piss off." She called out, "Don't you dare." Grandma Shimin hesitated for a moment before pulling back her hand viciously. Sure enough, she was afraid. "This girl, I'm determined to get the sect. I'd like to see if you can keep hiding behind this girl." With that, she boarded the carriage and took off through the mist. Hua Qinglu exhaled deeply, and Li Qingshan also felt relieved. He turned around and said, "Thank you for your righteous assistance, miss." If it were not for Hua Qinglu, he was confident that he would not have been captured by Grandma Shimin so easily, but his demonic transformation and Little An's abilities would have been exposed, leading to endless trouble in the future. As for killing Grandma Shimin, that was basically impossible for him right now. Hua Qinglu nodded rather generously. "Sure." Afterwards, she waved her hand. "Let's talk on the ship." Li Qingshan nodded and boarded the wave cutter with Little An. The group of Orthodox masters still rummaged through the ruins of the island, unwilling to give up. Of course, they found nothing. Someone asked curiously, "Why isn't there a corpse? Could it be that they were all destroyed by cannons? There's no reason to shatter it like that." Li Qingshan became vigilant. Devouring flesh and blood on a large scale for cultivation would definitely raise suspicion. If he caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives, he would be exposed sooner or later. He needed to be even more careful. Fortunately, Little An had already recovered her body, so there was no need for her to search for flesh and blood in a hurry. The path of white bone and great beauty could also be put off for a while. He rubbed Little An's head and thought about how she had been a child. Ever since she had followed him, she had spent all her time killing and arson. Now that she had recovered her body after so much difficulty, it was time for her to enjoy the happiness of an ordinary child. It was his responsibility to seek greater power to protect her. Little An raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled, and the corner of Little An's lips twitched as well. She smiled rather unnaturally in response. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek and smiled. "You still need more practice. It's better to smile more as a person." Little An lowered her head in embarrassment. Her cheeks reddened. Although Li Qingshan did not know what the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty was, he still found it extremely cute. When he thought back to when Little An was a soul, her face was completely pale. She did not seem to possess such enchanting charm. Little did he know that the body reconstructed by the path of white bone and great beauty could be described as the most perfect body in the world. Even the white bone bodhisattva might not have been able to describe the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty. She only pursued the pinnacle of beauty in the world, and the true profoundness behind it could not be described as the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty. Hua Qinglu called out to the shore, "If you still don't get on the ship, I'm leaving." The Orthodox masters gave up on their search in a hurry and returned to the ship. Under the pitch-black sky, rain pattered down. Experts stood on both sides. "Please." Hua Qinglu waved her hand and invited Li Qingshan into the cabin. They passed through the brightly lit corridor and arrived in an extremely luxurious hall. There was not a single lantern in the hall, but the cabin was brightly lit. The walls were embedded with semi-transparent crystals that shone with gentle, white light. The air was pleasant. It was neither dry nor humid, neither cold nor hot. It demonstrated the luxury of Qi practitioner clans everywhere. Hua Qinglu and Li Qingshan sat in the seat of honor, while the Orthodox masters sat on the two sides. They chatted and laughed happily. They were in an extremely good mood. Although they had not found the pill, knowing that their enemies had been annihilated was still an extremely delightful matter. "Great hero," you even roared out, "Bring some alcohol. We've killed these bastards. We need to celebrate properly." The crowd responded loudly. There were also those who were jealous. They thought, "This bastard's fierce-looking face makes him seem even more of a bandit than a bandit. I wonder how he managed to produce such a beautiful daughter. He's connected to the Hua family. His wife must have cheated on him outside. Hua Qinglu shot a glance at him before ordering people to prepare refreshments for the guests in an extremely practiced manner. Great hero, you stopped talking in a hurry and smiled obsequiously. Drinking tea. Drinking tea is the same. If an adult had done all of this, perhaps Li Qingshan would have found it natural, but she was only 13 or 14. Her face was still childish, like a child acting like an adult. It was rather amusing. And there was no need for her to give any orders at all. She just waved a small flag, and a few mechanical puppets would clatter up from the bottom of the cabin, delivering refreshments. It made her actions seem more and more like a child's game. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen puppets like this, which piqued his curiosity. He sighed in amazement at the wonders of this world once again. The puppets seemed to be made from wood. Their heads were carved with faces, and the joints of their hands and feet were distinct. They were extremely nimble too, without the slightest stiffness. It was possible to imagine that they could move as swiftly as the wind when needed. Little End was completely glued to them. Only when the puppets had left did he look away reluctantly. Li Qingshan thought of something. He remembered it. Hua Qinglu took a sip of tea and said sternly, "How did you offend this old hag?" As a result, Li Qingshan told her about what had happened in the tower on the city walls of Juping, but he hid the fact that Zhuozhibua had framed him. Hua Sengzan was definitely much more familiar with Zhuozhibua than he was. People who crossed their ranks to lodge complaints were never welcomed, let alone through this little girl. When Hua Qinglu heard about how the tower forced women into prostitution, her tiny face reddened in anger. All she heard was how Li Qingshan killed the procuress and raided the tower. She praised, "Well done. The Hawkwolf Guard just happens to be in need of a good man who doesn't fear violence like you. Saving you really was the right decision." Li Qingshan grinned and held back his smile. He also said sternly, "This is what I should do." Hua Qinglu asked curiously, "What other missions have you carried out?" "I've only joined the Hawkwolf Guard recently, so I haven't carried out many missions." Li Qingshan then told her about his mission in ancient Wind City, as well as his plan to come to the island of cherishing flowers this time. Hua Qinglu listened with rapt attention, interrupting from time to time. This little girl lived a life of luxury, so who knew where her murderousness came from? She became extremely excited as soon as she heard the two words, exterminating an entire family. She insisted that Li Qingshan explain in detail. In the end, she said rather regretfully, "It's just a pity that my elder brother won't let me join the Hawkwolf Guard so soon. Otherwise, I'd be able to carry out missions with you, Qingshan." Li Qingshan thought, with the Hua family's strength, they can just eat pills as they please. Why would they need to carry out missions so painstakingly? If I were you, I'd definitely eat until I became a demon general before leaving the mountain. However, he said, "Commander Hua is taking good care of you. Only when you're strong can you carry out more missions. I believe you'll definitely become an even better Hawkwolf Guard than me in the future." Hua Qinglu said, "Exactly. You're pretty much the same as my elder brother." Li Qingshan thought, "So that's how your elder brother coaxes you too?" If the entire situation was described in the form of a news report, it would be, the leader of our country, Hua Qinglu, received Li Qingshan warmly and engaged in a deep conversation with him. She confirmed and supported Li Qingshan's work, encouraging him to continue working hard and reach new heights. The orthodox cultivators watched on as bystanders. Their feelings were rather mixed, as apart from Little Ant, the youngest people present were Li Qingshan and Hua Qinglu. Most of them were first-rate masters, only a step away from the first layer of Qi practitioner. However, it was this latent barrier to the innate realm that separated the nobility from the lowly. However, they just could not accept it. No matter how many times they heard about what Li Qingshan had done, they still felt shocked. Then they thought about the unorthodox masters who boasted that they were on the blacklist and cursed them a few more times. Afterwards, they made up their minds to never make it onto the blacklist for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, who knew when they would be wiped out when they attended a gathering? After the battle on the island of cherishing flowers, the orthodox path within several hundred kilometers of Jiping City flourished. The atmosphere of the Jianghu became extremely good. Young heroes and great heroes appeared in large numbers. Every single one of them was law-abiding, respecting the old and cherishing the young. Even if they did some thieving, they would do it secretly and extremely carefully. They would never do it openly. Li Qingshan could be said to have done a great job. A while later, the ship arrived on the shore, and everyone disembarked. Hua Qinglu extended her hand, and the huge ship rapidly shrank. In the end, it was sucked into her palm and returned to her 100 treasures pouch. She said rather regretfully, "This lake is too small. We can't travel." Li Qingshan and Little N's eyes lit up again. Before they set off, the Orthodox masters had already prepared a celebratory feast in the lake-viewing restaurant of Lakeside City. Li Qingshan exhaled gently. He still had to keep up the act. The girl had helped him out so much, so he had to make her happy. And, although he could not see, hear, or smell anything, he could clearly sense that Grandma Shimin had not gone far. The hostility and killing intent still enveloped him vaguely. He was afraid that as soon as he left Grandma Shimin's side, he would immediately have to fight to the death with her. Putting on an act with the girl was better than risking his life against the old woman. Although he had made up his mind to kill Grandma Shimin, now was not the time. The Westgate granny was already so old, and it was impossible for her cultivation to improve any further. On the other hand, he was constantly becoming stronger. As long as he could stall for some time, he would be able to kill her without being injured at all. Why should he take the risk now? P.S. Strongly calling for a guaranteed monthly ticket. A new month, a new beginning. Let's go. When she saw him approach her, she was rather displeased, but after hearing what he said, she was surprised. She glanced at Little N before nodding with a smile. The young heroes were very envious. This kid sure knew how to take advantage of the situation. If he could become the son-in-law of the Hua family, wouldn't he be able to rise through the ranks in a single bound? Over the past few days, they had made many attempts, but they were all rejected by Hua Qinglu proudly. For once, she even smiled. When Li Qingshan wanted to give something to Hua Qinglu waved her hand and turned him down. Li Qingshan did not insist either. He only glanced at her deeply, which made Hua Qinglu feel embarrassed. She avoided his gaze and placed something into his 100 treasures pouch in the end. She glanced at him in concern and tried to say something again. When she saw Li Qingshan shake his head with a smile, she finally said nothing more. The Hua family would never stand up for something as small as this, and Zhuozhibwa of the Hawkwolf Guard seemed to dislike this kid very much too. The school could completely afford this price. When the banquet ended, everyone left the restaurant and mounted their own carriages. Hua Qinglu walked out of the restaurant. Yu Zijian asked curiously, "What were you talking about earlier?" She thought the same as the young heroes. Did she already know about the matters between men and women at such a young age? Hua Qinglu said in thought, "Nothing." Yu Zijian said, "What do you mean nothing? You were very, very nice just then." "He's not bad, but he's too vicious. He doesn't suit you." Hua Qinglu finally understood what she was trying to say. She smacked her head viciously. "You're so young, so what are you thinking about? He doesn't suit me, but does he suit you? You're the one who's in love, so don't blame it on me. He wanted to buy a gift for the child before bidding farewell to me. I was afraid that the old woman would catch him, so I tried to persuade him to come with me, but he refused." Yu Zijian rubbed her head and gazed at the restaurant in concern. "He'll be fine, right?" Under the heavy night rain, Grandma Shimin's carriage stopped in a dark alleyway. She locked onto Li Qingshan's presence in the restaurant firmly. She refused to believe that the little princess of the Hua family would actually spend all her time with a man. As long as there was the slightest chance, she would take action. However, taking away a child and taking him on as a disciple was not exactly a great crime. Seeing everyone disperse, Grandma Shimin suddenly discovered that she had completely lost track of Li Qingshan's presence. It was like he had vanished in a single moment. She could not help but rush out of the carriage. Like a red ghost, she tore through the rain without touching the ground. She flew around the restaurant a few times, but she could not sense any of Li Qingshan's presence at all. She landed on the eaves and called out, "That's impossible. How could a mere second-layer Qi practitioner be able to conceal his aura so thoroughly and avoid being locked onto by her? Li Qingshan, get out here." Her voice reverberated through the entire city. Who knew how many people had woken up, but why would Li Qingshan respond to her? Instead, Hua Qinglu smiled and called out to the eaves, "How's it going, old woman? You can't find him anymore, right?" Yu Zijian let out a sigh of relief and glared at Hua Qinglu. "How can you just hit people?" Grandma Shimin glared at her viciously before taking off again, searching through an even larger region. However, in the pitch-black rain, the streets were like a complicated maze. Li Qingshan was like a fish that had returned to the water, vanishing completely. Hua Qinglu rolled her eyes at Yu Zijian. Slow-witted. She took out a small, intricate carriage from her 100 treasures pouch and tossed it onto the ground. The carriage rapidly expanded like a ship, but it was pulled by 2 wooden horses. The wheels rolled, and the carriage set off into the rainy night. In the carriage, Yu Zijian had stayed up half the night. Without the protection of true qi, she was in low spirits, so she fell asleep on the soft, golden silk cushions. Hua Qinglu leaned against the window sill and thought back to everything that had happened tonight. From bombarding the island of cherishing flowers to hosting the celebratory banquet, who dares to say I'm useless? I've done a lot of great things too. Afterwards, she smiled complacently. Only now did she seem like a child. Then, she thought about what Li Qingshan had said to her in the restaurant just now. "Can you sell me one of the puppets? I don't have a lot of items on me that I can exchange for. I only have a few spiritual stones and a few dozen talismans. Will that be enough?" That audacious, heartless young man who was so tough that he was almost arrogant even when faced with the pressure of a 9th-layer Qi practitioner was extremely sincere when he said that. He even seemed to be pleading a little. It made her think of another person. That person would also lower his proud head for the sake of a little girl, doing everything he could to make her happy. Sorrow that did not match her age appeared on her face, but she was no longer pretending to be mature. She sighed. Big brother Chengzan. At this moment, her eyes lit up. Outside the window, Li Qingshan stood in a straw cape with Little and beside him. He was also wearing a small straw cape. They stood in a pitch-black alleyway, clasping their hands at her with a smile. She also stood up and clasped her hands to return the gesture. The carriage had already shot past them. All that was left before her was the rain-soaked walls, but the sight remained in her heart. The young man stood in the pitch-black wind and rain, but he seemed to radiate with a strong, optimistic light. He was like a stubborn rock, unaffected by anything. Although he was still very weak, he gave off a feeling that he was no less powerful than her elder brother, even surpassing him in certain aspects. Influenced, she also made up her mind. "I'll definitely help you, elder brother." Li Qingshan pushed down his bamboo hat and held Little An's hand. "Let's go. Do you want me to carry you?" Little An shook her head. They held each other's hands and vanished into the pitch-black curtain of rain. 5 kilometers away from Lakeside City, there was an abandoned temple. 2 straw capes, one large and one small, hung in front of the temple. In the temple, a bonfire roared, purging the dampness and darkness. It cast 2 figures, one large and one small, onto the earthen walls. Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously. "Close your eyes." Little An closed her eyes obediently. "You can open them now." Clang, 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 clang. "Look at what this is." Little An opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan holding a small wooden figure in his hand. It was one of the puppets on the ship. Her eyes lit up with delight. Li Qingshan placed the puppet on the ground, and it immediately grew to the size of a grown man. Under his orders, it clattered around. "This is a birthday present." Yep, it's the day of a new birth, the 8th of the 8th month. It's a good day. I asked for this from that Miss Hua. Although she's a little childish, she's not a bad person. I'll definitely return her favor in the future. So, what do you think? Little An blinked her eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but after a while, she still couldn't speak. You still can't say it? Li Qingshan felt a little regretful and hated that witch even more. Little An lowered her head sadly. Li Qingshan patted her head and encouraged her with a smile. Don't force yourself. It'll be fine slowly. Even if you don't say anything, I know what you want to say. Little An got up and fiddled with the puppet. She controlled the puppet to stretch its legs and pick up things. After a while, she became happy and forgot all her worries. Although she always forgot to control her face to reveal a smile. Chapter 163. Stopping the child's cries at night, Li Qingshan smiled to one side. He was satisfied and at peace inside. Although he had no idea how to describe their relationship, the conclusion he reached was extremely clear. She was his family, a family that brought him warmth. As a lonely transmigrator, his parents had passed away when he was young, and he was oppressed by his only blood relative. After settling his grievances, he seemed to have no more ties. However, her arrival changed everything. To him, she was originally just a pitiful life that needed to be taken care of, yet he would often receive her care and help. She was the one who found the spiritual ginseng, allowing him to pave his path of cultivation. Back then, he even thought about returning the favor several times over in the future, but now, he had forgotten about that thought a long time ago. Right now, even if she took out 100 spiritual ginseng, he would eat them all without holding back, as there was no need to calculate things like that between family. Sometimes, he wondered whether Oxen had already predicted this. If it were not for her, he would probably be 10 times more vicious right now. With the abilities of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, it was not impossible for him to go around killing chi practitioners and steal pills. He could even satisfy his various desires without restraint, becoming a demon through and through. He had no confidence in his own morals at all. No one was born to be a hero or an absolute good person. He believed that the environment would change people. Absolute strength and loneliness would definitely lead to absolute freedom and indulgence. However, right now, he needed to take care of her safety, so he could not take too many risks. He needed to set an example for her, so he could not do whatever he wanted. It was because of her existence that he could still live as a human. He did not just fight for her. As the leader of the family, he needed to shoulder his responsibilities and seriously consider the present and the future. He did not have many regular chi gathering pills left, and in order to break through to the 5th layer of the innate method of practicing chi, he had used up a bottle of 100 grasses pills. He needed to find new pills as soon as possible so that he could maintain his cultivation speed and deal with the great threat that was the door. The simplest and most direct method was obviously to obtain them from the Hawkwolf Guard. There were 27 missions this time. Although a few people were absent, only 21 of them had been completed, and the contribution from each mission was very small, it still amounted to over 300 points of contribution in total. 5 merit points could be exchanged for a single chi gathering pill. Added to his original 250 merit points, he could exchange for over 100 chi gathering pills. However, Zhuozhibo was stuck here, which made Li Qingshan very uncomfortable. No matter how many missions he completed, he couldn't get what he deserved. Originally, he had been wholeheartedly focused on helping Little and recover his physical body and had not been in the mood to deal with Zhuozhibo's provocation. Now that he had accomplished this goal, it was time to crush this obstacle in his way. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Zhuozhibo, you should just obediently die for me. I can't take care of a 9th layer or a refining cultivator, but do you think I can't take care of you? Little An immediately noticed the change in Li Qingshan and turned around. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Let's take a stroll outside first to avoid being blocked by that old hag. After a while, we'll go back and kill Zhuozhibo." Little and nodded happily. The next day, the rain showed no signs of stopping. Li Qingshan set off with Little Anne. Because there was nowhere in particular they wanted to go, they would stop and rest whenever they came across a place with good food or fun. They would stop and go, just like they were on a holiday. One day, when he was resting in a tea house on the side of the road, he suddenly heard someone at a neighboring table mention his name. He could not help but perk up his ears. That tiger butcher Li Qingshan is the reincarnation of a star of slaughter. He began killing as soon as he was born, and he began killing people at the age of 9. Ever since he joined the Hawkwolf Guard, he's gone out of control. First, he destroyed the entire Qian family, slaughtering over 1,000 members of the Qian family, regardless of gender or age. He even laughed as he killed them. There were so many corpses that he couldn't even fill up the pit. As it turned out, a few people of the Jianghu were taking shelter from the rain here. A sallow, skinny man was currently drinking some bad alcohol as he spoke in great delight. Li Qingshan's expression was strange. His nickname seemed to have changed again. The tiger butcher was much more pleasing to the ears than the descending tiger and the black tiger, but since when did he kill the entire Qian family? He had clearly only killed 3 of them. The rest were all the handiwork of Qian Rongji. And he even laughed as he killed them. Why did he make himself sound like a man-killer fiend? However, becoming the main character of the rumors of the Jianghu was quite an interesting experience, so he perked up his ears and listened on. If you cowards saw so many corpses, you'd piss your pants in fright. However, that Li Qingshan is no ordinary person. He killed over 1,000 people, but he still felt like it was not enough, so he set up a great scheme on the island of Cherishing Flowers. The island lord of Cherishing Flowers, Shen Shihua, the soaring rat, Zhao Ruyong, the iron palms of the mountain splitters, Tian Zhonghao. You've all heard of these people before, right? After receiving confirmation from everyone, the sallow, skinny man continued, he tricked them all onto the island of Cherishing Flowers and cooked them all in one pot. And he laughed as he killed them. However, someone objected at this moment. I heard that the island of Cherishing Flowers was flattened by cannons. What do you know? They were all killed first, then flattened. The master of my uncle's friend was on that ship at the time. The sallow, skinny man was proud. He continued, did you know? The pit outside ancient Wind City was dug open later on, but there was not a single corpse in there. It's the same on the island of Cherishing Flowers. Do you know why? Why? The sallow, skinny man suddenly lowered his voice, whetting everyone's appetite before spitting out 2 words, cannibalism. It led to a series of gasps. Cannibalism. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched, while Little Anne's lips curled up. Her eyes were filled with mirth. Li Qingshan pinched her cheeks. Even if they're cannibalism, you're the one who ate them. Although there were many ridiculous parts to this rumor, there were certain parts that were shockingly close to the truth. Little Anne stuck out her tongue. Someone at the next table questioned, there were over 1,000 people there. How could they have eaten all of them? The sallow, skinny man stuttered as well. He was unable to answer. Li Qingshan shrugged. Sure enough, rumors stopped with the wise. Afterwards, very soon, Li Qingshan understood what wishful thinking meant in a restaurant. I heard that the tiger butcher is 6 meters tall, and his waist is also 6 meters wide. He has a green face and sharp fangs. He has a head of bronze and a forehead of steel. He walks like the wind and roars like thunder, and he loves to eat raw human flesh the most. He'll only be full after eating 4 or 5 people in a single meal. You're talking about a demon, right? In a corner of the restaurant, Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. He felt like if he allowed them to continue spreading the rumor, his true identity would be exposed. Little Anne could already smile very naturally. In the dead of night, a child cried endlessly in a certain residence. He made a fuss about eating candy, or he would not sleep. The mother said, if you eat candy at night, your teeth will go bad. The child refused to comply. The mother finally lost her temper. If you keep crying, if you keep crying, I'll get the tiger butcher to eat you." The child immediately stopped crying and fell silent. Only after quite a while did he say softly, "Mother, I don't want to eat candy anymore. I don't want the tiger butcher to eat me." The mother smiled in satisfaction. On the street outside the residence, Li Qingshan finally understood what it meant to be demonized. His name now seemed to have the effect of stopping children from crying at night. He had taken a deep root in the hearts of the common people, helping countless families to discipline their children better. There were many powerful people in the Hawkwolf Guard, but they mainly targeted Qi practitioners. They were relatively distant from the lives of ordinary people, and they would only kill a few people in a single mission at most. However, Li Qingshan had only taken action twice, yet he had led to the deaths of over 1,000 people. Moreover, there were countless eyewitnesses, which could be described as extremely effective propaganda. As a result, his reputation soared and became unstoppable. In Qingyang City, Iron Fist. The first disciple, Wang Lei, asked, "Is this all true?" Lu Hong said, "Aside from the cannibalism, the other rumors probably aren't baseless. I could tell a long time ago that the kid was up to no good. He wanted to throw the Jianghu into chaos, but I never thought he would be so vicious, directly wiping out half of the Jianghu. Don't be jealous of your junior brother. The Jianghu isn't that easy to survive in. Wise be master. I almost attacked him." Wang Lei said with lingering fear. He had never thought the wild kid from the village would become such a terrifying figure. From now on, he no longer envied Li Long for venturing out. The Jianghu was just too dangerous. He was better off remaining in Qingyang City obediently and waiting to take over his master's position. "That's nothing. I even punched him 100 times. Lu Hong was complacent. The matter that originally made him feel rather ashamed had become a great honor. From now onwards, he would mention it to anyone he saw. Many masters passed by Qingyang City and heard that he had punched the tiger butcher Li Qingshan 100 times, yet he was still standing there in one piece without dying. They all admired him very much. Even those whose martial arts were higher than his would have to show some respect to him. Afterwards, before he died, he specially ordered his disciple to carve a line of words on his epitaph, "Once punched the tiger butcher 100 times. For future generations to revere." Before long, a huge statue was erected at the entrance of Crouching Ox Village. It depicted a young man, burly and sturdy. His head rested on a blade, and his eyes were vicious. He possessed a divine form, just like Li Qingshan. Half-village caretaker Lu had spent a great sum of money to invite the most renowned sculptor in the surrounding villages to carve it. On the day the statue was erected, gongs and drums filled the air and firecrackers crackled. Village head Li organized the entire village to pay their respects. Many years later, Qingyang was plagued with bandits and bandits again. All the villages were plundered, except for Crouching Ox Village, which the bandits dared not approach because of the statue. The villagers were filled with gratitude, erecting a monument and a temple. Every year before winter, they would pay their respects, which became a great festival known as paying respects to the tiger butcher. That was all in the future. In Jieping City, Zhuo Zhibua frowned heavily in the office of the Hawkwolf Guard. Recently, Li Qingshan had caused him far too much trouble. Originally, he wanted to kill Li Qingshan with a borrowed knife and kill him. When Grandma Shimin came to investigate the matter of Jieping, he was certain that it had something to do with Li Qingshan. He even provided her with a portrait and information about the mission, but he never thought he would still fail. He never thought the kid would be so lucky, getting to know the daughter of the Hua family. Even Grandma Shimin was helpless against the kid. Instead, the kid made such a great name for himself. However, he was not particularly worried. Right now, the person sitting before him was Grandma Shimin. Sure enough, as Li Qingshan had expected, Grandma Shimin had searched everywhere for Li Qingshan to no avail, so she was waiting here for him. She was determined to obtain the heavenly fragrance and aspect of beauty. P.S. You've all worked hard. Last month, I've been hovering around the 40s. My original target for this month was to make it into the 30s, but you've given me 23. Thanks, dream talker. I'll work even harder at writing. The foreshadowing is about to come to an end. The things I truly want to write will gradually unfold. I want to bring you not only hot-bloodedness and exhilaration, but also warmth, smiles, and emotions. Speaking of which, I paced around the living room several hundred times today, thinking about a plot that I'd write very soon. Afterwards, I couldn't contain my joy. I want to tell you guys, just wait for a good show. Chapter 164. Undercurrents surged. There's no need to hurry, Granny. Just wait here. I refuse to believe that kid won't return to Jepping for the rest of his life. If he doesn't return, he'll be a fugitive who betrayed the Hawkwolf Guard. We've worked together for so many years, so I have to give your sect an explanation regarding the building. And, I've already asked for the building that Zhou Wenbin destroyed. As long as your sect sends someone over, you should be able to reopen very soon. Zhuo Zhibua said rather enthusiastically, both for the sake of dealing with Li Qingshan and for the various benefits of the sect. Grandma Shimin said indifferently, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander. The sect will send someone over very soon, so please take good care of me, Commander. However, I'll be leaving Jepping City very soon." In the world of cultivators, strength was still everything. Although Zhuo Zhibua was useful, he was extremely arrogant. Zhuo Zhibua was surprised. "Why?" Grandma Shimin said, "This is the sect master's order. I can't disobey it." "Why did your esteemed sect master?" Was it? A vicious light flashed through Grandma Shimin's eyes. "That's right, it's all because of that girl from the Hua family. Our sect can't just ignore the pressure from your Vice Commander Hua." "I see." Zhuo Zhibua was filled with pity. He could not get someone else to do his dirty work now. However, he was not bold enough to complain about Hua Sengzan. Grandma Shimin said, "Though, that kid's a mere second-layer Qi practitioner. There's no need for me to do anything. You should be able to deal with him, Commander Zhua. Our sect master has already promised that as long as you can hand over the girl with the kid to the sect will give you a bottle of pills of spring breeze and rain in return." Zhuo Zhibua's heart skipped a beat. The pills of spring breeze and rain of the sect were special pills of the sect. They required extremely rare spiritual herbs and special secret techniques to refine. Although they could not strengthen true Qi, they could purge the impurities within true Qi, saving a lot of time in purifying true Qi. Just a single one of them was worth several hundred Qi gathering pills. The sect had really gone all out this time. He wondered what was so special about the girl that the sect valued her so much. However, his expression did not change. "What are you saying, Grandma? Why would I do anything to my own subordinates? I will pay attention to the girl you mentioned and will not disappoint your sect master." Grandma Shimin said, "There's one more matter, which is to pay a visit to the Clear River Prefecture with my disciple." "Disciple?" Zhuo Zhibua felt strange, but then he saw Qian Rongji, who had been serving silently at the side, say sweetly, "Thank you, Grandma." Zhuo Zhibua's face immediately sank. "Rongji, what's going on?" Grandma Shimin has been wandering around Jepping for several days, and it has always been Qian Rongji who has been entertaining her. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, she has built a good relationship with Grandma Shimin, who has a weird temper, and accepted her as a disciple. However, he has not received the news until now, as if he has become her springboard. Qian Rongji smiled. "Grandma knows I haven't joined the sect yet, so she has already agreed to accept me as a disciple. She wants me to cultivate in the sect for a while, so I hope the commander will allow it." Her cultivation aptitude was passable, and she was also rather pretty. She possessed a kind of ordinary beauty. Although she was far from the level of the Divine Incense Kingdom's beauty, she still had the qualifications to be noticed by the Westgate Granny. Moreover, she was extremely good at reading people's minds. Everything she said and did could cater to Grandma Shimin's strange tastes. It was definitely not a coincidence that she had gained Grandma Shimin's attention and accepted her as a disciple. She was like a poisonous vine, grasping every opportunity and doing everything she could to climb upwards so that she could obtain even more sunlight and rain. In her eyes, Qian Yanyan was nothing. Zhuo Zhibua was nothing. Even Grandma Shimin was nothing. They were all just tools she could use. However, Grandma Shimin was a 9th-layer Qi practitioner, while Zhuo Zhibua was only at the 6th layer. There was no need to compare which tool was more useful. With the sect as an umbrella, she no longer needed to fawn over Zhuo Zhibua. Her expression naturally changed. The Hawkwolf Guard was only an occupation. They could not restrict members from joining sections. For example, Diao Fei came from a sect. Of course, if Zhuo Zhibua wanted to obstruct Qian Rongji, he would still have many ways to make things difficult for Qian Rongji. However, a sunken Grandma Shimin sat beside him, so he would never be bold enough to do that. Grandma Shimin had only told him that she was taking Qian Rongji away. She was not asking for his opinion at all. Qian Rongji smiled. She was confident. The reason why she had only told Zhuo Zhibua this news now was so that he would not have the opportunity to obstruct her. If he had the opportunity, Zhuo Zhibua would definitely do something like that. No man would be willing to let go of a woman who was docile and willing to be toyed with by him. Zhuo Zhibua squinted his eyes. Rongji, you've managed to climb up the tree. As the commander, I'm obviously happy for you. Only by learning something in the sect can you better complete the missions of the Hawkwolf Guard. I'll allow you a few months of leave, but there won't be any pills. I just happen to be taking you 3 newcomers to Clear River City to see the 2 commanders. You can go first. He finally made up his mind very quickly. Even if he tried to obstruct this matter, there would be no benefit to him at all. All he could do was agree to it reluctantly. Although he knew Qian Rongji's sweet words probably did not come from the bottom of her heart, his dignity as a man still suffered from being abandoned in such a straightforward manner. He developed a sense of resentment towards Qian Rongji. She really was an extremely shameless woman. Before Qian Rongji boarded the carriage, she bowed gracefully. Thank you, Commander. In the future, Rongji will come and serve the commander again to repay your kindness. She added inside, if you're still alive. Even if she had already become close to Zhuo Zhibua, her identity as a Hawkwolf Guard had not changed. Before she had obtained strength greater than Zhuo Zhibua's, she should not have treated Zhuo Zhibua with such contempt. She had a vague feeling that Zhuo Zhibua would definitely die to Li Qingshan's hands. This was a woman's intuition, and it was an intuition built upon a great deal of analysis and speculation. There was obviously no need for her to be too polite to someone who was about to die. Zhuo Zhibua said, no problem. He watched the carriage leave and felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. He smashed the stone table before him with a palm strike. In a small garden in the Hua estate of Clear River City, Hua Sengzan said to Hua Qinglu, all right, Grandma Shimin will be returning to Jeping City for questioning very soon. She won't have the time to make trouble for that kid for now. Hua Qinglu nodded. That's good. Hua Sengzan said, it's rare for you to beg me for someone else's matter. What do you mean someone else's matter? This is your Hawkwolf Guard's matter. I'm not begging you. I'm helping you. And, don't you know him? Hua Sengzan said helplessly, all right, you're helping me. We're not exactly acquaintances. We've only met once, but I never thought that kid would actually emerge. His days under Zhuo Zhibua's command probably haven't been easy. Hua Sengzan sank into his thoughts. Over half a year had passed. Hua Sengzan's memories of Li Qingshan had basically faded away a long time ago. Just now, Hua Qinglu had mentioned it to her. She felt rather emotional inside. She never thought he would actually emerge from the mountains and actually become a Hawkwolf Guard under Zhuo Zhibua's command, and he even fell out with Zhuo Zhibua. Hua Qinglu asked, why haven't they been easy? You wouldn't understand even if I told you about the matters of adults. Hua Qinglu hated hearing something like that the most. What matters of adults? Li Qingshan isn't that much older than me, and he's only a second-layer Qi practitioner. His cultivation is even weaker than mine. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the second layer. She was only a step away from the third layer. Why don't you go kill a fifth layer Qi practitioner for me to see? Why would I want to kill a fifth layer Qi practitioner? A month ago, not only was that kid a Qi practitioner, but he was also a body practitioner. In his first mission for newcomers, he destroyed a Qi practitioner clan and killed a fifth layer Qi practitioner. The leader of the school is also a fifth layer Qi practitioner, so it's very likely that he was the culprit. Back then, he was only a first layer Qi practitioner. This was no longer just the power of cultivators, but also the might of authority. The Hawkwolf Guard had eyes and ears all over the world, but normally, Hua Sungzan was in no mood to pay attention to this. He had several dozen Black Iron Hawkwolf Guard branches under his command, so why would he pay attention to a measly city like Juping? Only when Hua Qinglu mentioned it did he send people to investigate. Very soon, a detailed piece of information was placed on his desk. The information he obtained left him rather surprised. Hua Qinglu was surprised. No wonder Grandma Shimin would go make trouble for him. That guy was actually so powerful. No wonder he was fearless of Grandma Shimin's pressure, as well as easily escaping from Grandma Shimin's pursuit outside the restaurant. Don't think about it so much. You better prepare for the entrance examination in spring. I've seen the girl you brought back. Her character isn't bad, even a little better than you. This is a muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing pill for her. Once she ingests it, she should be able to directly practice Qi. Hua Sungzan casually passed a pill to Hua Qinglu. Now this was the true strength that Qi practitioner clans possessed. They could overcome the limitations of innate talent through external means. As for Li Qingshan, he was just an interesting subordinate to Hua Sungzan. He was not worth too much attention to. And, as long as Li Qingshan remained alive, he believed he would be able to see him very soon. In a small city near Jeping City, Li Qingshan gazed at the full moon in the crowd. He thought, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Although he had been frugal, he had still eaten all the Qi-gathering pills he had on him. The effects of several hundred Qi-gathering pills could be regarded as obvious. He secretly transformed once in a place where there was no one around. He had already reached 27 feet, and his strength had increased by quite a lot. He was already close to the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. However, once he stopped ingesting pills, his cultivation speed immediately slowed to a frightening pace. It was about time for him to return to Jeping City. That old granny probably did not have that much patience. He casually broke off a piece of mooncake and passed it to Little Anne. Then he carried her through the sea of people and out of the bustling streetlights, making his way back to Jeping City. Returning to Jeping City, Li Qingshan and Little Anne both erased their presences and snuck back up the mountain. Li Qingshan's nose twitched, and as expected, he smelled a familiar scent. It was Grandma Shimin's unique and heavy fragrance. As expected, Grandma Shimin wanted to wait for him here. Cultivators had many ways to hide their tracks, but smell was the easiest to ignore. Li Qingshan followed the trail of the freshest scent and followed it all the way out of the city. Finally, he confirmed that Grandma Shimin had already left Jeping City. Li Qingshan looked back at the mountain peak, at the huge, black hawk forged from metal, and smiled. Commander Zhua, the pills on you should be able to help me reach the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. Chapter 165. The first battle against Zhua Zhibua, but just what was he supposed to do? Li Qingshan began to consider it seriously. Killing his way up the mountain right now and launching a sneak attack on Zhua Zhibua was not a bad choice, but he needed to transform. Only then could he unleash enough power. However, his body that was almost 10 meters tall was even taller than the two-story building. Probably even the foot of the mountain could see him. It was far too easy for him to be exposed. However, if he could not kill Zhua Zhibua in a single strike, Zhua Zhibua only needed to call out, and everyone would know who he was. He had to find a way to lure Zhua Zhibua out of Jeping City, but how was he supposed to lure him out? Little End, do you have any plans? Little N wrote something in the air, and flames flowed from the tip of his finger. In the end, he left behind a single word, wait. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Yeah, Zhuozhibua really wants to kill me right now, but he probably won't do it in Jeping City. He'll probably find a way to drive me out of the city, and that will be the perfect time to strike. Li Qingshan rubbed Little N's head. You really are smart. However, he was unwilling to just wait like this. He had to do something. Though, in order to make this bastard make up his mind sooner, let's go back and properly provoke him. A malicious smile appeared on his face. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm easy to bully. Commander Zhua, I've returned. On the pitch-black mountain, a thunderous roar tore through the silence. All the Hawkwolf guards were alarmed, roused from their cultivation or sleep, rushing out. All they saw was Li Qingshan standing in front of the main building where Zhuozhibua resided. He called out, I've already completed 21 missions, but needless to say, my contribution will still be halved, right? And even after that, I can't exchange it for anything, so I might as well just give it all to you. I don't care. Oh right, when I went out this time, I just happened to run into Vice Commander Hua's younger sister. I've got a big mouth, so I couldn't help but tell her everything you did in Jeping City. I don't think Vice Commander Hua will take it to heart, so please don't take it to heart. Shut your mouth. A figure shot out of the main building with lightning speed, suddenly appearing before Li Qingshan. It was Zhuozhibua. He struck out furiously. His right sleeve was filled with true qi, swinging towards Li Qingshan like a hammer. What are you doing, Commander Zhua? Are you trying to kill me? As Li Qingshan said that, he raised his shield to block. He was only afraid of Zhuozhibua's flying sword. Why would he take a direct clash like this seriously? Dong, the sleeves collided, emitting an extremely dull sound. The sound wave spread out, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Thump, 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 thump. He took 4 steps back, each step leaving a deep pit in the solid marble floor. He sighed inwardly at the strength of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, but he was completely unharmed. He looked at his shield, which was the same. Although it was only a low-grade spirit artifact, it was a purely defensive spirit artifact. It couldn't be destroyed so easily. Of course, that force alone was enough to break the tendons and bones of any 2nd-layer Qi practitioner, but Li Qingshan's body wasn't that weak. Zhuozhibua became even more furious. He formed a hand seal, and his eyes flashed. True Qi surged like hydrogen, illuminating the small square in front of the building. Li Qingshan felt a wave of heat from afar. He leapt back, only to see a fire dragon circling around Zhuozhibua, illuminating his face. His clothes fluttered in the wind, coated in a layer of scarlet light. It was as if a fire god had descended. The marble under his feet began to show signs of melting, showing just how terrifying the temperature of the fire was. A 6th-layer Qi practitioner wasn't just strong in terms of controlling artifacts, but also in spells. Go! Zhuozhibua pointed his fingers at Li Qingshan, and the fire dragon roared as it charged towards Li Qingshan. It was as fast as lightning. Ordinary people could only see a flash of light, and couldn't see the fire dragon at all. Ha! Li Qingshan roared, and raised his shield forward. The shield in his hands was already as big as it could be, and he slammed into the fire dragon with all his might. At the same time, his body shrank tightly behind the shield. Boom, sparks flew in all directions, and the fire dragon directly turned into a sea of fire. This time, Li Qingshan was bluntly sent flying, and only stopped when he crashed into a large tree over 30 meters behind him. Leaves rustled down from the top of his head, but he still loudly praised, Commander Zhua, good move. Apart from some soreness in his arms, he was completely unharmed. This also showed how important it was to choose a suitable spirit artifact. After taunting, he couldn't do without a shield to absorb the damage. However, he seemed to have gone a little too far with the provocation this time. Zhuozhibua seemed like he wanted to kill him, as if he no longer cared about the occasion. He was far too irrational. Zhuo Zhibue had commanded the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City for all these years, but he had never been provoked like this before. Coupled with the fact that he had just been made a fool of by Qian Rongji, and now he had been humiliated by Li Qingshan like this, he was utterly furious no matter how rational he was. Zhuo Zhibue saw how the fire dragon was unable to kill Li Qingshan, so he extended his hand and a small, 7-inch blade appeared in his hand. It spun around constantly, rubbing against the air and producing a buzzing sound as if it was eager to kill and drink blood. Li Qingshan's hairs stood on end. He felt an intense sense of danger. The flying blade was several meters away, but it felt like someone was holding it to his neck, ready to chop down at any time. The shield shrank, and he stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. At a time like this, a shield that could only block one side was useless. He focused all of his attention on the flying blade in Zhuo Zhibue's hand. If Zhuo Zhibue really did use the flying blade, there would only be one thing Li Qingshan could do, which was flee. He had already studied the way of controlling artifacts. A 6th-layer Qi practitioner could control an artifact from around 30 paces away. This was not particularly far, but it was nowhere close to the legendary, invincible sword immortals who could behead people from over 500 kilometers away. However, combined with the terrifying speed of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, it would truly be a killing machine. If Li Qingshan possessed a skill like that, he would not have had to go to so much trouble to kill 1,000 people on the island of Cherishing Flowers. However, it was not as if Li Qingshan had not considered this. He had already prepared the Swift Breeze Talisman. If he wanted to flee, then so be it. He was very confident in his own speed. By now, he had already retreated 100 paces away, just in case Zhuo Zhibue flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw caution to the wind. Even if he was hunted down, it did not matter as long as he was not actually killed. If it really did reach that point, he planned on going to Zhou Wenbin to complain to Zhuo Zhibue and make a big deal out of it. The news of Zhuo Zhibue deducting his subordinates' merit and even hunting down meritorious subjects would spread wildly. It was not like he, Li Qingshan, would be the one to be humiliated anyway. This was what people called a man with nothing to lose. By then, even the Clear River Prefecture would probably become dissatisfied with Zhuo Zhibue. He would definitely be judged as incompetent. Gu Jian called out in a hurry, "Commander Zhuo, please calm down." He had never thought Li Qingshan would run so deep. He was afraid that Zhuo Zhibue would kill Li Qingshan in the Hawkwolf Guard out of anger, and that would be troublesome. The Black Wolf Guards all gathered over. Zhuo Zhibue forced himself to calm down. He stowed the flying blade away and glared at Li Qingshan viciously. "Greetings, Li Qingshan." Although he had operated in Jiaping City for many years, it was impossible for him to convince everyone and act like they had seen nothing. If he killed someone here, let alone a Black Wolf Guard, even if he killed a regular person, he would be punished by the Hawkwolf Guard if he did not have a suitable reason. As the representative of the school of legalism, the protectors of the law, the Hawkwolf Guard could do whatever they wanted in the dark, but they had to abide by the laws of Great Xia on the surface. Once they crossed the line, there would definitely be no good outcome. 6th-layer Qi practitioners were like gods in Jiaping City, but in the eyes of those above them, they were nothing. Killing them would not be a pity at all. Seeing how Zhuo Zhibue was indeed afraid of killing him here, Li Qingshan stopped worrying. He brushed away the fallen leaves on his shoulder. "There's no need for Commander Zhuo to worry. I'm perfectly fine. I drank a little too much earlier, so I said a few drunken things. I hope Commander doesn't mind." Zhuo Zhibue left in a huff. He felt extremely gloomy. Never had he felt like his identity as commander was a shackle to him like today. A man harms a tiger, and a tiger harms a man. If it were two regular Qi practitioners, they would have drawn out their arcane treasures and talismans a long time ago. They would have used everything they had and engaged in a great battle. However, it was exactly because of this identity that neither of them had to worry about the consequences. Both of them needed a suitable place to settle their problems. Li Qingshan returned to his residence and smiled brilliantly at Little and "All I need to do now is wait." Afterwards, he took out the bottle of 100 grasses pills. Originally, he wanted to save it for when he broke through, but in order to maintain his cultivation speed, he could not care too much anymore. He believed that Zhuozhibua's 100 treasures pouch would have even better spiritual herbs, so there was no need for him to be stingy right now. The next day, Li Qingshan went to the government office to find Zhou Wenbin. He wanted to exchange for some more pills. Zhou Wenbin already knew about his crazy actions last night, but he said, "But that's fine too. You've brought your conflict to the surface, so he won't be bold enough to touch you." Li Qingshan was shocked. Why won't he dare to touch me? He did this so that Zhuozhibua would attack him as soon as possible. The sooner the better, then he would be able to kill him. Zhou Wenbin said, "You've just fallen out with him, and you're about to die. Wouldn't everyone know that he was the one who did it? He must be gritting his teeth and waiting for the right time to make things difficult for you." Li Qingshan felt bitter in his heart. Hopefully, he would not have to wait too long for this opportunity. He was feeling bitter here, but Zhuozhibua, who was on the mountain, gritted his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. He growled, "I must kill him with my own hands. I must kill him with my own hands." He did not know when these two would be able to break free from society's view of them and have a vigorous, passionate battle. Li Qingshan flipped his hand and took out all of his spirit stones from his 100 treasures pouch. "I want to exchange for some more pills." Even without Zhuozhibua, he still had to go on. He had finished the remaining bottle of 100 grasses pills last night, so he did not have any pills that could be used for cultivation. Zhou Wenbin said, "Do you really want to exchange? Spirit stones are much harder to come by than qi-gathering pills." Of course, Li Qingshan knew this. He had almost 1,000 qi-gathering pills, but he had less than 10 spirit stones. Moreover, they were all low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 166. Spiritual stones were basically the most stable currency among cultivators. Qi-gathering pills could not compare to them at all. Only lowly black wolf guards like him received qi-gathering pills as wages. Zhuozhibua and Zhou Wenbin both received spiritual stones. Wondrous bookstore. No pop-up window. To stronger cultivators, low-grade qi-gathering pills brought no benefits at all. They might even be harmful. However, spiritual stones contained pure spiritual qi, so they could always be used. And, spiritual stones had many uses. They could be used for forging artifacts, formations, and mechanisms. The puppet Li Qingshan had given little and used spiritual stones as its energy source. The most common way to use it was to provide an endless supply of true qi when fighting. Right now, Li Qingshan mostly fought in close combat, so he did not really need them. Once he reached the 6th layer and could wield artifacts, a few more spiritual stones would be equivalent to an extra life. Li Qingshan had taken out these spiritual stones out of consideration for his current needs. A bird in the hand was worth 100 in the bush. Many of the time, long-term benefits were not as important as immediate benefits. Li Qingshan had no objections, so Zhou Wenbin was obviously willing. In the end, he took out 8 bottles of qi-gathering pills, each bottle containing 12 pills. That was close to 100 qi-gathering pills. He exchanged them for these spiritual stones from Li Qingshan, basically resolving Li Qingshan's urgent problem. In the following days, apart from cultivating in the building, Li Qingshan would stroll around the city with little Anne, buying everything she liked for her. However, his reputation as the Tiger Butcher had reached Jeping City as well. He had basically cleared the streets of the city. No matter how busy the streets were, as long as he walked over, he would hear someone call out, "The Tiger Butcher is here." In the blink of an eye, the streets had all been cleared out. Only a child sat in the middle of the road, crying. When he walked over, even the child stopped crying. He had been frightened out of his wits. However, when he entered a shop to buy something, the shopkeeper would often refuse to take his money no matter what. Zhou Wenbin then sent someone to invite him over, telling him not to go out on the street so as not to disturb the citizens of Jeping. After that, all that was left of Li Qingshan's life was cultivation. Every day, he would stay in his room and meditate. Fortunately, he had little N to keep him company, so he was not too lonely. But he ate the qi-gathering pills very quickly. Every day, he would eat 10 or 20 of them, and that was when he was frugal. If he wanted to, he could even finish almost 100 qi-gathering pills in a single day. His body was like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. As a result, he became a frequent visitor of the county yamen. Li Qingshan said in a clear voice, "Sir, take a look at this calming pill. It's a high-grade spirit pill concocted with a secret formula. When consumed during cultivation, it can calm your qi and focus your mind, and it's very beneficial. Also, this pill of passion can be used in bed. It will greatly enhance your mood." He raised his eyebrows and revealed an expression that all men understood. After some consideration, Zhou Wenbin gave Li Qingshan 4 bottles of qi-gathering pills in exchange, which made Li Qingshan overjoyed. 3 days later, at noon, Zhou Wenbin was sitting in front of the cauldron, concocting pills. Ever since he became the county magistrate, he had never stopped collecting medicinal herbs for him to concoct pills. He had also accumulated a lot of qi-gathering pills, and was ready to sell them at the cultivators' market when the time was right. But Li Qingshan's arrival saved him some trouble, and he was overjoyed, so he hastened to concoct pills. Just as the Black Ant army was about to be defeated, the small wooden stick in her hand suddenly transformed into a phantom. "Little girl, what are you doing here?" A hooligan with a smile on his face squatted beside Shaoan and said with malicious intent. Little Ant didn't even raise her head. The hooligan looked left and right, then suddenly picked up Little Ant, slung her over his shoulder, and left. Little Ant didn't resist at all. Her long hair and hands fell down. She still held the small wooden stick in her hand as she stared at the ant nest not far away. The hooligan quickly boarded a carriage, and the carriage sped away. He was overjoyed. If he succeeded, he would get 300 taels of silver. The task his boss had given him couldn't be simpler. Although he might offend the tiger butcher, who would know that he was the one who did it? But he was completely focused on Little Ant, so he didn't notice that the ant war under the poplar tree had suddenly ended. The result of the war was that all the red ants were dead. In that instant, the small wooden stick stabbed 1,000 times, killing all the red ants, but not a single black ant was hurt, not even a single antenna. The carriage sped through the alley and turned into a house. The hooligan carried Little Ant down. "Boss, it's done." A few men were drinking with their upper bodies bare. They all stood up. "So fast. How can I, little Zhang, not be fast? But it's really strange. This guy didn't cry or scream along the way. He's probably a mute. I think he's an idiot. I don't know where the tiger butcher picked him up, but he's really handsome. Don't tell me that guy has a taste for this." All the laughter stopped abruptly. They didn't even realize that death was coming. Their expressions froze for a moment, then turned into flames. A moment later, Gu Jiansheng walked into the small courtyard in his casual clothes. He asked curiously, "Where did everyone go?" At this moment, Shaoan returned to the yamen. He was still holding the small stick, squatting under the big poplar tree. The black ants had yet to disperse, and the small wooden stick had once again transformed into a series of afterimages. The small commotion under the poplar tree subsided. All the black ants were dead. Little Ant seemed to have sensed something and suddenly raised his head. "That's easy." Zhou Wenbin personally escorted Li Qingshan out of the yamen. After a moment of thought, he fished out 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills from his 100 treasures pouch and shoved them into Li Qingshan's hands. He said sincerely, "Qingshan, this is for the sake of our friendship. If you have nothing to do, go shopping. Let me have some peace." The autumn wind swept up the fallen leaves, blowing past Li Qingshan. Who could understand the hardships of dual cultivation as a demon? Little Ant tossed aside the wooden stick in her hand and ran over to grab his hand. Li Qingshan smiled at her and waved the items in his hand. Let's go back. I got my hands on 2 more bottles. In the Hawkwolf Guard, Gu Jian said, Commander, the kid has been fighting with Zhou Wenbin recently. At noon today, Zhou Wenbin personally escorted the kid out of the yamen. Everyone saw it. I knew it. If it weren't for the fact that he had some sort of connection, why would the kid be so arrogant? And the girl he brought back, I've looked into it too. I don't know her origins. She seems to have appeared out of nowhere. She's called Little Anne, and she's always been with Li Qingshan. I've sent people over, but for some reason, they haven't succeeded. If we don't do anything, we'll probably be looked down on. Zhuo Zhibua said, Zhou Wenbin, do you really think I'm afraid of him? Don't worry, the kid's death has arrived. I'd like to see whether Zhou Wenbin can protect him or not. Go call him over right now. Gu Jian beamed with joy. Commander, you have an idea? Various items were strewn across the floor of the small building. Li Qingshan turned his 100 treasures pouch upside down before widening his eyes and searching through it. What else is there? What else can I trade for? He was like a gambler who had lost everything, searching for the last bit of value in his house so that he could make a comeback. Little Anne crouched to one side and held her cheek with one hand, gazing at Li Qingshan pitifully. She thought about how she could help him. Suddenly, she came up with an idea and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder before pointing at her own chest. You have an idea? Little Anne nodded with a smile. As it turned out, apart from forging artifacts, the path of white bone and great beauty could also be used for alchemy. Obviously, the raw materials were still flesh and blood. After serious consideration, Li Qingshan said, I'm a little hesitant when it comes to eating. And, if he went on a killing spree like this, he would definitely be exposed. Seeing that Little Anne was a little dejected, he pinched her cheek. But I still have to thank you. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, it was Gu Jian who said, Commander Zhuo requests your presence. Although he was expressionless, there was a strong sense of pride radiating from him. Li Qingshan frowned and lowered his head, seemingly unwilling to agree, but his eyes were shining. He's finally here. It was very likely for this trip to be related to the 6th-layer Qi practitioner, the zombie Daoist, and it was very likely for the other 6th-layer Qi practitioner, Zhuo Zhibua, to arrive afterwards, eyeing him from the darkness. How could he be careless? Obviously, he had to raise his guard to the maximum, just in case he failed miserably. Only after making all his preparations did he step over the door sill and enter the morgue. There were several dozen coffins in the morgue. Some were extremely old, while others were brand new. The ground was covered in paper money. As the cold wind blew, the tattered curtains swayed like ghosts. It was indescribably strange. If a regular person saw this, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits. However, Li Qingshan was someone who had killed his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood after all. He radiated with killing intent. On the other hand, he looked at Little Anne beside him. His eyes were wide open, showing no fear at all. Instead, he seemed rather eager. His feelings towards corpses were probably similar to Li Qingshan's feelings towards qi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan arrived before a pitch-black coffin. He drew the wind-entwining blade and stabbed it into the gap between the lid and the coffin. With a twist of his wrist, the lid was lifted high into the air, falling to the ground. A middle-aged man lay in the coffin. He was bruised all over, having been reduced to a corpse long ago. Li Qingshan wondered how he had died as he walked away. It was not like he was a coroner, so it was obviously impossible for him to perform some sort of midnight autopsy. He had only opened the coffin because he was bored and wanted to take a look. He was waiting here for Zhuo Zhibua to appear. The morgue was located in the wilderness and far away from the town. It was a good place for him to fight Zhuo Zhibua. He was still wondering if he should set up some sort of trap. Li Qingshan had just turned around when the man in the coffin behind him suddenly opened his white eyes. Two fangs protruded from his mouth, and he was just about to attack when he saw a little girl leaning against the side of the coffin. She stared at him with an extremely serious expression, and then placed her index finger on his forehead. Li Qingshan turned his head. "Don't eat random things. I don't even know how many years it's been." Little Anne stuck out her tongue. Just as she withdrew her finger from flowing fire, the coffin was already empty. Her heart suddenly stirred. There seemed to be the aura of a living person here. She closed her eyes, and indeed, she could sense that there were living people hiding in the surrounding coffins. Just as Li Qingshan wandered into the hall, runes suddenly lit up beneath his feet. He felt a huge gravitational force coming from beneath his feet. It was as if his body was weighed down by 1,000 caddies, and the circulation of true qi in his body immediately became sluggish. At the same time, the lids of the new coffins suddenly flew open. 5 figures leapt out from within, raising their hands and aiming at Li Qingshan. The springs began to spin, and arrows shot out in a continuous stream. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Although there were 5 of them, they were like an army of 10,000 arrows shooting at the same time. Countless arrows came from all directions, and from all angles. There was no space for him to dodge. The shield in Li Qingshan's left hand suddenly grew in size, protecting his entire body. There was a dull thud, thud, thud. Following that, there was a loud explosion. The moment the arrows hit the shield, they all exploded together. The power was astonishing. If they were shot into his body and then exploded, he would definitely die. Behind Li Qingshan, there was also a loud explosion. However, he didn't even turn his head. Little Anne had already pulled out her hidden blade. Layers of sword shadows appeared, and with incomparable precision, each arrow fell to the ground. But under their feet, there were densely packed runes. More runes lit up, surrounding Li Qingshan and Little Anne, and the pressure on their bodies became heavier. The shield fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Senior brother, we caught him," a pleasantly surprised voice said. What responded to this voice was a snow-white blade. After Li Qingshan left, Zhuozhibua leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Gu Jian stood to one side, afraid to ask anything. Quite a while later, Zhuozhibua's eyes snapped open. "Gu Jian, go call people over. We're going to reinforce Li Qingshan." Gu Jian beamed, but he was also puzzled. "Commander, is there a need for such a large group?" If he really was afraid that Li Qingshan would not die, Zhuozhibua could just go alone. It would be easier for him to deceive others and draw a clear line between them. "Just call them when I tell you to," Zhuozhibua said in displeasure. He felt slightly uneasy inside. He also began to realize that Li Qingshan might not be as easy to deal with as he imagined him to be. "Yes, Commander." Before long, Gu Jian arrived before Zhuozhibua with 6 black wolf guards. Li Qingshan had basically spoken to all of them before. When he wanted to exchange contribution for spiritual artifacts and pills, he had been obstructed by these people. The people Zhuozhibua told Gu Jian to call were obviously not regular black wolf guards, but his true subordinates. Looking at these people, the sliver of unease in Zhuozhibua's heart gradually vanished, while his hatred towards Li Qingshan intensified. Now that he had reached this point, it was no longer possible for him to reconcile with Li Qingshan. He had to kill him. Zhuozhibua said, "Do you know why I've called you here? Is it for that Li Qingshan?" Zhuozhibua said, "Exactly. That kid has gone too far. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to resolve my hatred. Forgive me for being blunt, but that Li Qingshan might be capable, but he's only a second-layer qi practitioner. He's not worthy of us working together against him," said a half-bald black wolf guard who seemed to be in his 60s. His name was Xiananda. He was a veteran of the Jiaping Hawk Wolf Guard, as well as the strongest among them. He was bold enough to question Zhuozhibua's orders. The others were the same. Zhuozhibua knew he had to give them a reasonable reason. "Old Xia, I've already told the zombie Daoist about Li Qingshan. I said I'd give him a great gift. A body practitioner is great material for refining corpses. I refuse to believe he won't be tempted. A mighty Black Hawk commander of the Hawkwolf Guard had actually colluded with the most wanted criminal, and he had sold his subordinates to the enemy. None of the Black Wolf Guards present found this strange. Xia Nanda said, then there's even less of a need for us to do anything. The old Daoist's ability to refine and nurture corpses is startling. Even regular 6th-layer Qi practitioners aren't his opponent. Li Qingshan is dead for sure. Zhuo Zhibue said, the old Daoist has been hiding in the zombie cave the entire time, so we've never been able to do anything to him. If we can lure him out and kill him this time, it'll be a great merit. The old Daoist has quite a lot of good stuff on him. As for killing Li Qingshan, it'll just be a piece of cake. Xia Nanda clasped his hands. Commander is wise and far-sighted. I'm nowhere near as good as you, so I'm willing to follow your lead. The other Black Wolf Guards answered loudly as well. The zombie Daoist had a bounty of over 10,000 points of contribution on his head. If it was split among them, it would be no less than 1,000 points of contribution. They could exchange for quite a lot of good stuff. When the sky was about to brighten, a total of 8 Hawkwolf Guards left jumping under Zhuo Zhibue's lead, pursuing Li Qingshan. This was an extremely terrifying force. It was enough to easily flatten many small sects and clans. A few Hawkwolf Guards watched this from the square below the huge hawk as they discussed among themselves. TSK, Li Qingshan is probably done for this time. The Hawkwolf Guard with the bulbous nose shook his head and sighed. Keep your voice down. Don't talk carelessly, warned a Black Wolf Guard beside him. What's there to be afraid of? All the snitches have gone with Commander Zhua. The bulbous nose did not care. What are you talking about? A cold voice rang out from behind them. Chapter 168. A disciple of Moism. Everyone turned around and were all taken aback. When they saw his appearance, they bowed in a hurry. Commander Lao, you've emerged from seclusion. Why, you've broken through to the 6th layer. The person who had come was the Black Wolf commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jeping City, Lao Shishan. He seemed to be in his 40s and possessed a square face. When he saw everyone's stunned expressions, he smiled sternly. He had worked so hard on cultivation and spent so many days in seclusion just for today. He asked softly, who do you think is doomed? No one was bold enough to answer him. Actually, Lao Shishan did not need these people to answer him. As a vice commander, he also had trusted aides in the Hawkwolf Guard, so he knew the entire story a long time ago. I'll go assist Commander Zhua. He flew off in the direction that Zhuo Zhibue had left in, gliding down the mountain like a huge, black bird. He vanished into the mist of the morning very soon. The remaining Hawkwolf Guards all looked at one another. Li Qingshan, who had only joined the Hawkwolf Guard for less than 3 months, had actually caused such a great disturbance. Commander Zhua and Commander Lao had never been on good terms. Now that he had actually broken through to the 6th layer as well, Jeping City would be in for a lot of trouble. Li Qingshan abandoned his shield and swung his blade. A shining blade of wind directly landed on the nearest ambusher. As if the person had never expected Li Qingshan to still be able to swing his blade in a situation like this, and it was such a sharp strike at that. He summoned a puppet soldier in a hurry to block in front of him. With a thump, the puppet soldier was cut open, and its parts scattered across the ground. The person was surprised. He called out, "This guy can still move. Be careful." Li Qingshan had already made out the appearance of the ambushers. They were all young men in their 20s. They all wore tight, navy blue robes, and they each wielded a strange-looking hand crossbow that flickered with light. The rainstorm-like arrows were shot from these 5 crossbows. They were many times more powerful than the legendary Zhuge repeating crossbow. Li Qingshan took a step forward. Under the immense gravity, the ground was like a quagmire. His feet sank deep into the ground, up to his knees. As for those shining runes, they were originally drawn on the ground, but once activated, they floated in the air, unaffected by the changes in the ground. "Let me!" With a loud shout, a burly man with a full beard suddenly broke through a wall and appeared in the hall. In his arms was an incomparably thick brass barrel. The body of the cannon was cast with complicated patterns, and spiritual light flowed on it. It was actually a mid-rank spirit tool. The mouth of the cannon, which was cast in the shape of a ferocious dragon head, began to gather specks of spiritual light. Li Qingshan felt an intense sense of danger for the first time. Even when he was bombarded by the cannons of the warships on the island of Cherishing Flowers, he had not felt such a sense of danger. Most importantly, the burly man holding the cannon was emitting the aura of a sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivator. "Who are you people? Why have you ambushed me?" Originally, Li Qingshan thought this was a trap that the zombie Daoist had set down after receiving news from Zhuozhibua. However, this bastard did not seem like the zombie Daoist no matter how he looked at it, and the methods he used did not seem to have anything to do with zombies either. As a result, he held back his plan to transform and asked a few more questions. If these people still did not stop, then he could only demonify and start a massacre. Why is this zombie Daoist so young? The young men in navy blue robes also saw Li Qingshan's appearance. One of them asked in confusion. "Senior brother, stop. That's the uniform of the Hawk Wolf Guard." Another person recognized Li Qingshan's black wolf uniform and stopped him in a hurry. The light had already condensed to the limit. An extremely dazzling, scorching white pillar of light shot out from the cannon, piercing through the roof and into the sky. It left behind a streak of light in the night sky. Little and let go of the skull prayer beads in his hand, and the red light in Li Qingshan's eyes faded as well. He gazed at the hole above him and sighed in amazement. Even if he demonified, he would still suffer if he took that shot. He lowered his head and asked, "Who are you people?" He casually sheathed his wind-entwining blade. His actions greatly reduced the hostility of the young men. They also lowered their crossbows. The first young man who recognized the uniform of the Hawk Wolf Guard on Li Qingshan said, "We're disciples of the school of Moism. We're carrying out a mission here." "Sir, you must be a Hawk Wolf Guard." "That's right. I'm also carrying out a mission. Please show us your tablet." A disciple of the school of Moism. Li Qingshan understood slightly. He tossed the black wolf tablet to the young man. The young man glanced at it and let out a sigh of relief. He said loudly, all right. It's fine now. Disperse the formation. It's all a misunderstanding." "Sigh, what the hell? Didn't they say the zombie Daoist would come? Why is it a black wolf guard instead?" The disciples of the school of Moism grumbled. One of them stowed away a painting scroll. The scroll was covered in inscriptions, which were exactly the same as the inscriptions on the ground. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body lighten. He picked up the shield on the ground, only to see that it had been charred black. It had just forcefully blocked Zhuozhibua's fire dragon a few days ago, and it had been blasted wildly today. Quite a lot of its spiritual qi had been depleted. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew in his face. The bearded man stowed away the brass cannon and charged over. Little and raised his hidden blade, but Li Qingshan stopped him with a glance. Although he was hostile, he did not have any killing intent. The man grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and roared out furiously, "Kid, you've ruined my business." He wore the same navy blue robes as the other disciples of Moism, but he was half naked. His right sleeve was tied around his waist, revealing his muscular arms and chest. He seemed extremely fierce. Li Qingshan released his true qi and blocked the incoming attack of spittle. He stared at the man calmly. Before he could say anything, the disciples of Moism had already rushed over. They pulled the man aside and tried to persuade him, "Please calm down, senior brother." The man stomped his feet in frustration and bellowed, "This prison of space formation can only be used 3 times, but it'll be 1 less time every time. My yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light costs a spiritual stone every time it fires." It's all my stuff, so don't you feel the pinch? Our fire crow bolts don't just fall from the sky. Li Qingshan tidied up his clothes. You better reflect on your actions. You attacked me without any reason. If it weren't for the fact that I'm strong enough, wouldn't I have been killed by you? The man suddenly glared at Li Qingshan. He almost pulled out the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light again, but he was stopped by his junior brothers. It's all a misunderstanding. He thought to himself, how dare you speak to a 6th-layer Qi practitioner like that? They say the Hawkwolf Guard is arrogant, and it really is true. It's all a misunderstanding. If we've offended you, please forgive us. I'm Zhang Lanqing. This is our senior brother, Hao Pingyang, and our 3 junior brothers, He Yishe, Jin Yuan, and Jin Bao. Zhang Lanqing introduced them one by one. Although he was only in his 20s, his face was dark, and his voice was steady. He seemed extremely mature and steady, and his strength was only second to the burly man, Hao Pingyang. He was a 5th-layer Qi practitioner. As for the other 3, He Yishe was a 4th-layer Qi practitioner. He was not short, and he had a long head and bulging eyes. He answered casually with a yep before glancing at Li Qingshan and answering reluctantly with a yep. He lowered his head and repaired the puppet that Li Qingshan had destroyed. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao were brothers. The elder brother was at the 4th layer, while Jin Bao was at the 3rd layer. Seeing how Li Qingshan was only a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner, and how he had destroyed their trap, they completely ignored him. Jin Bao said to Hao Pingyang, senior brother, is this formation of yours real? It can't even trap a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner? If the real zombie Daoist had come, wouldn't he have been able to break through it in a single stroke? You motherfucker. I paid a great price to buy this. It's this kid who's strange. Hao Pingyang calmed down and studied Li Qingshan in confusion. He was trapped in the formation of the prison of the earth and was surrounded by 5 Qi practitioners stronger than him with the 1,000 mechanism crossbows, yet he was still unscathed. It was truly extraordinary. The formation of the prison of the earth had been prepared for a 6th-layer Qi practitioner like the zombie Daoist. If ordinary people entered it, their organs would immediately rupture and they would die. Qi practitioners would struggle to move even an inch. What was even stranger was that the beautiful child beside him clearly showed no signs of practicing Qi, yet he was still able to stand in the formation safely. If it were not for the fact that he had already used it once before, he really would have doubted that the formation he had bought was fake. Li Qingshan's pride from wiping out the island of cherishing flowers vanished completely as well. There were many powerful methods in this world that he did not understand. The trap the Mahis disciples had cast down was simple, but it was extremely dangerous. They would first use paper money to hide the inscriptions on the ground, restricting the enemy's movements before unleashing 100 arrows to kill them. If it failed, they would blast them to death. It was all linked together, filled with killing intent. If it were a regular 6th-layer Qi practitioner, they would probably die a violent death if they were caught in this trap. They would not even have the opportunity to fight back. Have you come here to ambush the zombie Daoist? Zhang Lanqing said, yeah. Are you doing the same? Hao Pingyang shot a glance at him. He wants to deal with the zombie Daoist alone. He pointed at Li Qingshan's nose and said, kid, this has nothing to do with you. I'd advise you to piss off. Li Qingshan stuck out his thumb and pointed behind him. I'm just here to investigate. The zombie Daoist has nothing to do with me, but he's right outside. Although he hid his presence extremely well, the faint stench of corpses was unable to fool Li Qingshan's nose. What? The 6 people of Moism all looked outside. Hao Pingyang focused his senses on the energy of the world. Just now, he sensed an extremely well-hidden presence peeking in from outside. He bellowed out, get out here. Crack! Crack! Zhang Lanqing and the others immediately removed the empty boxes and replaced them with new ones. A rectangular box was attached to the 1,000 mechanism crossbow. Each box contained 30 extremely short fire crow bolts, which could all be fired in a single moment. If they did not possess a spiritual artifact shield that was specially used for defense like Li Qingshan, it would be very easy for them to be caught off guard and die to the arrows even if they were powerful Qi practitioners. GGG. A shrill laughter came from outside the door. A Daoist priest wearing a yellow Daoist robe and a pale mask appeared at the door. He said, "How dare you set up a trap to harm me, you little bastards? How dare you?" He studied Li Qingshan. "You must be Li Qingshan. You really are good material for refining corpses. That old bastard Zhuozhibua didn't lie to me this time." Chapter 169. The zombie Daoist Li Qingshan understood. Zhuozhibua had really sold him out. Of course, this was not anything worth being surprised about. It would be surprising if it was not like this. Right now, he was only worried whether Zhuozhibua would trust the zombie Daoist's strength too much and not personally come to kill him. Then the zombie Daoist said to Zhang Lanqing and the others, "Your talent might be a little lacking, but I'll treat you all the same and refine you into zombies." He basically treated them all like fish on a chopping board. Before the zombie Daoist could finish talking, the 5 of them pulled the trigger on their 1,000-mechanism crossbows and unleashed a storm of fire crow bolts. Li Qingshan stood to one side. All he saw was that the fire crow bolts were scarlet red and only 3 inches long. They basically shot out end to end, moving startlingly fast and extremely concentrated. It was basically unavoidable. Before the zombie Daoist could even respond, he was struck by several dozen fire crow bolts. The fire crow bolts rapidly heated up in his body before exploding loudly. With a series of explosions, sparks erupted from various parts of the zombie Daoist's body, blasting him to pieces. The 5 of them beamed, but Li Qingshan drew his wind-entwining blade again. Hao Pingyang bellowed out, "Be careful. That's a fake." Li Qingshan glanced at Hao Pingyang. He really was the strongest one after all. He was crude on the outside but meticulous on the inside. If the zombie Daoist could be finished off so easily, he would not have remained at the top of the Hawkwolf Guard's wanted list for so long. Although he had used a secret technique, if he listened carefully, he would discover that the voice did not come from the zombie Daoist at the entrance. The mask was just a disguise. Bang! 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 The lids of the several dozen coffins in the morgue flew off at the same time, and several dozen zombies stood up. They opened their eyes and extended their arms, baring their fangs. With a fierce gust of wind, they lunged towards the 7 people in the morgue. In order to avoid raising the zombie Daoist's suspicions, Hao Pingyang did not deal with these zombies, so he immediately fell into an encirclement. 5 zombies lunged towards Li Qingshan, but Li Qingshan was already prepared. The wind-entwining blade in his hand erupted with light, and he swung it around. As the blades cut into the zombies' bodies, the muffled sound of a blunt knife cutting wood could be heard. However, the bodies of the 5 zombies only paused for a moment. Their 10 purplish-blue arms continued to grab at Li Qingshan. Their long fingernails were like daggers, and each of them was black and blue. At first glance, one could tell that they were extremely poisonous. Hao Pingyang yelled at Li Qingshan, "Only decapitation is useful." Most of the zombies lunged at him, a total of 8. However, he was unfazed. He raised his yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and smashed the head of a zombie in front of him. Then, he channeled his Jinqi and swung it horizontally. 7 zombies were sent flying, crashing into the pillars and coffins. 2 of them even smashed through the walls and flew out. His aura was ferocious like that of a god of war. However, other than the zombie whose head had been flattened by him and the 2 zombies whose bones had been shattered by him, the other 5 zombies bounced off the ground and stood up again. They were not afraid of pain or death, and they pounced on him again. Reminded by Hao Pingyang, Li Qingshan thought to himself, "I'm a time traveler, but I've forgotten this common sense." He picked up Little Anne and leaped. 10 arms and 50 fingernails closed in on him like the jaws of a beast. The 5 zombies raised their heads at the same time, their pupilless eyes looking at Li Qingshan in the air. They leaped high into the air at the same time, their knees not bending, as if springs were installed in the soles of their feet. Li Qingshan stomped down forcefully, crushing the head of a zombie. Then, he used the momentum to break through the roof of the morgue. Dust and debris fell, accompanied by a ray of moonlight that fell like water onto the morgue. In midair, Li Qingshan held little end with his left hand and gripped the wind-entwining saber with his right. He rested it on his shoulder as he looked down warily at the entire morgue. The 4 zombies that had leaped high into the air could not reach his height in the end, so they fell back to the ground. However, Li Qingshan did not look at them. These zombies were nothing to him from the start. Although the Templars were invulnerable and possessed great strength, they had no intelligence or martial skills. Their reactions were not even as great as those of regular wild beasts. Whether it be strength, speed, or reaction, Li Qingshan completely surpassed these zombies. As long as he was not surrounded by hundreds or thousands of them, it was impossible for him to be injured. He was only wary of a single person, the zombie Daoist who he had only heard but not seen. According to the information from the Hawkwolf Guard, this person knew concealment techniques and wielded a submerged shadow sword. He was extremely skilled in sneak attacks. The desolate autumn wind swept through the vegetation around the morgue, but there was not a single person to be seen. In the end, he locked onto Hao Pingyang. If he were the zombie Daoist, he would have 2 choices if he wanted to achieve victory right now. One was to kill the weakest first and weaken his opponent. The other was to directly kill the strongest and gain an absolute advantage. However, if he started with the weakest, he would definitely expose himself and deplete his true qi. He might even leave behind an opening, allowing the strongest to kill him. As a result, the best choice was to find an opportunity and heavily injure Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang and Li Qingshan were already prepared, and they were powerful as well, so they did not fear these zombies. However, Zhao Lanqing and the others did not have it as easy. Things had happened right before their eyes. They had just shot out all of their fire crow arrows, so they had no time to reload. Several dozen zombies lunged over from all directions. They were clearly idiots without any intelligence, yet they were well trained like an army. They split up the 5 of them with great tactics. Jin Bao was the weakest, so he rolled on the ground in an extremely horrible shape. The 10 claws of the zombies stabbed deeply into where he was standing just now. If he had been any slower, he would have been disemboweled. Before he could even stand up, 3 zombies lunged over with their claws and teeth extended. He was stunned. Without a weapon, how was it possible for him to fend off these zombies with just his fists? All he could do was close his eyes and await death. Jin Yuan called out, "Jin Bao." He wanted to save his younger brother, but the 4 zombies stopped him. He could only barely protect himself. He Yisher and Zhang Lanqing were the same. "Idiot, use the puppet." Hao Pingyang saw how his junior brother was in danger, but he had no intentions of saving him. He was the same as Li Qingshan. Right now, he focused all of his attention on searching for the zombie Daoist. He dared not be distracted at all. As the only 6th-layer Qi practitioner present, if he was ambushed and injured, or even killed, none of them would be able to survive. The claws and teeth fell, but there were no screams. Instead, there was the sound of nails hammering into wood. In that critical moment, Jin Bao summoned a puppet to block him, allowing him to survive. The 3 zombies pulled out their claws and plunged them down again emotionlessly. Bang! 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 With a series of heavy strikes, wooden splinters flew into the air and cracks appeared on the puppet. The claws of the zombies could even pierce steel. If the puppet had not been specially refined, it would have been smashed to pieces from a single strike. However, even with that being the case, it could not last for too long. At this moment, the 4 zombies who had failed in their pursuit of Li Qingshan lunged towards Jin Bao under the control of an invisible force. The greatest use of a puppet was for attacking, not as a shield. With a whoosh, it was torn to pieces. Despair filled Jin Bao's eyes. He called out, "Save me!" Hao Pingyang sighed inside. He wielded the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light, about to go up and save him. He could no longer care about the threat in the darkness. A streak of scorching white light descended from the sky. With a rumble of thunder, several zombies beside Jin Bao were charred. It stunned all the zombies in the morgue. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and threw out a lightning summoning talisman. However, he did not even look at the result. He stared straight at Zhang Lanqing and swung down with his wind-entwining blade as a streak of light. "Nice!" Hao Pingyang praised loudly. He raised the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and gathered the specks of light. The dragon's head was actually aimed at Zhang Lanqing. Although it was a close shave, Zhao Lanqing was a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. He was powerful. Although he could not save Jin Bao in time against 7 zombies, he had no problem protecting himself. However, the blade and the glowing yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light immediately suffocated him. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. Clang! The wind-entwining blade slashed a foot in front of Zhang Lanqing. With a metallic clang no less than thunder, a small sword appeared out of thin air. A large nick appeared on the blade, but the small sword was also sent flying by Li Qingshan's tremendous force. It spun uncontrollably. Using that streak of lightning, Li Qingshan finally grasped the submerged shadow sword's trajectory. At this moment, the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light spat out a dazzling pillar of light. It struck the small sword in midair and turned it into a piece of scrap metal, falling from the sky. A miserable cry came from the darkness in the corner. A blurry figure appeared and floated out the door. Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang turned their heads at the same time and rushed in the direction of the cry. When they reached the door, they saw a figure stumbling away. "Come!" Hao Pingyang tossed aside the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and stomped on Li Qingshan. "Go!" Li Qingshan planted his feet on the ground, and the stone tiles beneath his feet shattered. Shockwaves spread out into the surroundings as he pushed off from the ground. He used all his strength and threw a punch at the bottom of Hao Pingyang's foot. Hao Pingyang flew out like a rocket. He quickly flew across the grassland and quickly approached the silhouette. A hideous smile appeared on his face as he spread his hands apart. True Qi gushed out from his hands and struck the 2 temples of the silhouette. With a bang, the head exploded. Li Qingshan was disappointed instead. He thought about how crafty the zombie Daoist really was. Hao Pingyang limped over with a headless corpse and tossed it on the ground. Another fake. Even when his flying sword had been destroyed and his mind was injured, the zombie Daoist was still able to think of using a fake body to deceive them while his real body fled. He was well prepared and reacted quickly. Li Qingshan picked up the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and studied it. He shrugged and tossed it back to Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang caught the cannon and stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. He frowned and patted his leg. "Kid, that punch of yours was a little too vicious." Li Qingshan said, "How am I supposed to catch him if I'm not vicious?" Hao Pingyang suddenly said, "The submerged shadow sword has been destroyed, so that bastard's strength has been greatly reduced. It's the perfect time to kill him." Li Qingshan said, "He's most skilled at refining corpses and controlling corpses, not controlling swords. This is only one of his places of nurturing corpses. Don't tell me you're thinking of going to the zombie cave to find a 6th-layer Qi practitioner who's skilled at invisibility? And you've already said that this has nothing to do with me." Chapter 170. The attacks of the zombies were vicious, but they became completely disorderly. The 4 people from the school of Moism stabilized their footing and gathered together again. Zhang Lanqing and Heisher controlled the 5 puppets to hold off the zombies for a while before suddenly dodging to the side, revealing Jin Yuan and Jin Bao behind them. They held 2,000 mechanism crossbows that had been reloaded, and they pulled the triggers suddenly. 60 fire crow bolts scattered in a circular pattern. Although the zombies' skin was impervious to weapons, they were unable to stop the fire crow bolts. Afterwards, they exploded internally, easily ripping apart their stiff bodies. With just a single volley, a large swathe of the zombies collapsed. They were no longer as ferocious or terrifying as before. The remaining 7 or 8 zombies no longer posed any threat. The puppets shot forward, and sharp blades shot out from their hands, carrying out mechanical and precise attacks. The nails of the zombies only left behind white marks when they scratched the puppets. However, the sharp blades in the puppets' hands could pierce their skulls in a single stroke. Faced with an equal number of opponents, the zombies were not the puppets' opponents at all. They were slain one by one. They all let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. In the 100 schools of thought, the Mahist disciples would send out their puppets to fight against each other. They had never experienced such a dangerous battle before. Jin Bao saw how the zombies that had almost killed him just now had been wiped out so easily. He found it rather unbelievable. Actually, their strength was far greater than the several dozen zombies. If they were on flat ground, they could stand in formation and be prepared. With the 1,000 mechanism crossbows in hand, the zombies would not even be able to touch them before they were killed on the spot. Even the 6th layer Chi practitioner, the zombie Daoist, would not dare to face 5,000 mechanism crossbows head-on. However, once something happened and they needed to adapt to the situation, they would be unable to unleash their full strength. Hao Pingyang pointed at their noses and cursed aloud, "How embarrassing. How fucking embarrassing. You even dare to look down on him, a 2nd layer Chi practitioner? If it weren't for him, would you still be alive? With your pig brains, you can't even tell the difference between a real person and a fake one. My formation scrolls will go to waste all the same." Sanctuary. The few of them blushed with shame. Jin Bao said with grievance, "Senior brother, I almost died. Not only did you not come to comfort me, you even scolded me so harshly." Although they scolded fiercely, the few Mo disciples were clearly not particularly afraid of this senior brother. Zhang Lanqing cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Qingshan, sincerely thanking him, "Thank you for your help just now." The danger of that sword strike just now still made him tremble with fear. Originally, he had some resentment towards Li Qingshan for destroying their trap, but now, all that was left was gratitude. It was just like what Hao Pingyang had said. Even without Li Qingshan, their traps probably would not have been able to harm the true zombie Daoist. Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder. "It's good enough that you didn't attack me." Zhang Lanqing smiled awkwardly. "I was scared silly." Li Qingshan could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Lanqing sure was honest. He had not eaten the several hundred Qi gathering pills for nothing. Whether it was in terms of body tempering or Qi practicing, he had made great progress compared to his battle with Qian Yanyan. He even possessed the sharp killing intent of 1,000 people, descending from the sky like a god of slaughter. He truly did possess the bearing to intimidate his enemies. If he fought Qian Yanyan in a fair battle now, he would no longer have no chance of victory like before. Simply put, he now possessed the power to threaten 5th layer Qi practitioners. Hao Pingyang's Yellow Dragon's cannon of devouring light was even more powerful than Li Qingshan's. Zhang Lanqing was like a horse that had been targeted by a tiger or leopard at the same time. He was stunned from fright, unable to react at all. Jin Yuan pulled Jin Bao over. "Thank you for saving my younger brother." Then he said to the ashamed Jin Bao, "Say something." Thank you as well, but are you really at the 2nd layer? How can you be so powerful?" Jin Bao was the closest to Li Qingshan's age, but he was also a few years older than Li Qingshan. However, his face still had a childish air to it, which made him seem younger than the weathered Li Qingshan. There was some admiration in the Templar St. Hall's gaze towards Li Qingshan now. No matter where they were, the strong would receive respect. Before Li Qingshan could reply, Hao Pingyang smacked Jin Bao's head. "This is body tempering, you idiot. Don't you see the brainless muscles of the militarists? What do they do all day?" Li Qingshan thought to himself, "You sure have the nerve to call me muscular." Jin Bao flew into a rage out of humiliation. If you hit me again, I'm going to flip. Hao Pingyang raised his hand and smacked him again. Flip? Let me see. Jin Bao leapt into the air. Hao Pingyang, screw you. Afterwards, Zhang Lanqing and the other two stopped him and tried to persuade him. Originally, the zombie Daoist wanted to assassinate your senior brother Hao with the submerged shadow sword, but senior brother Hao did not give off any openings, so the zombie Daoist did not dare to attack recklessly. That's why he sent the zombies to surround you. Li Qingshan smiled. These disciples of Moism were straightforward. They were a little like the university students of his past life. Although they were not young, they still possessed some naivety. Even the bad-tempered Hao Pingyang did not have a sense of superiority even though he beat and cursed his juniors without holding back. He was very different from the Qi practitioners Li Qingshan usually saw. Jin Bao was taken aback. Only now did he understand why Hao Pingyang did not save him immediately. Li Qingshan continued, but earlier, you were in danger. Even if your senior brother Hao put himself in danger, he still wanted to save you. Senior brother. Only then did Jin Bao understand. He had almost been used by the zombie Daoist, used as a trap to kill Hao Pingyang. Zhang Lanqing, He Yishe, and Jin Yuan looked at Hao Pingyang together. Just now in the chaos, they had no time to think too much. Now that they thought about it, not only had they failed to provide any help, but they had almost dragged Hao Pingyang down instead. Bullshit. Why would I save him? If an idiot like him dies, it'll save the school of Moism some food. Hao Pingyang's face above his beard reddened slightly. He sure thought the zombie Daoist couldn't find any openings in senior brother's movements, so he went to kill senior brother Zhang. They thanked Li Qingshan once again. In that critical moment, Li Qingshan had used the lightning from the lightning summoning talisman to immediately find the trajectory of the submerged shadow sword, which was why he was able to slash out. Not only had he saved Zhang Lanqing's life, but he had also given Hao Pingyang the opportunity to fire that cannon blast. It could be said that he had turned the situation around. He had played an even greater role than the four of them. Li Qingshan said, "We're all in the same boat. I don't think you've learnt any martial arts." Just now, when they fought the zombie in close combat, they basically relied on their instincts and true qi to fight. Their moves could not even match up to third-rate masters of the Jianghu, which was why they were in such a horrible shape. Zhang Lanqing smiled bitterly. We're disciples of the school of Moism. All these years, we've learned how to make mechanisms, puppets, and even how to build cities and buildings. Although we've attended a few lessons in the school of the military's Hall of Martial Arts, how can we compare to true disciples of the school of the military? We definitely need to brush up on our martial arts when we get back. The others all expressed their agreement. Only then did Li Qingshan understand that these people were engineering talents. Fighting was not their profession. Not all Qi practitioners had the ability to kill and set fires. Every profession had its own specializations. What do you plan on doing next? Hao Pingyang said, we're obviously going to attack the root of the problem. Li Qingshan said, the zombie cave isn't that easy to infiltrate. The morgue is only one of the places he nurtures corpses. After nurturing them, he'll bring them into the zombie cave. Who knows how many zombies have accumulated in the cave over all these years? It's extremely dangerous. The reason why the zombie Daoist could remain unscathed despite being hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard for so many years was closely related to his dwelling. Normally, he hid underground in caves that were as complicated as a maze. No one knew the exact location of his dwelling. If they wanted to search for it, they would have to face the endless attacks of zombies. Once they failed, they would be buried in there and become one of the zombies. Zhang Lanqing and the others had experienced the danger just now. When they heard that they had to enter the pitch-black underground caves, they all began to consider retreating. Senior brother, why don't we return to the academy first and ask for a few powerful helpers before we make trouble for the zombie Daoist? Hao Pingyang widened his eyes. Return? What about the mission? It's been so difficult for us to come out. Just how much time will be wasted going back and forth? Will the zombie Taoist hide somewhere else? You're not afraid of being looked down on, but I still want my pride. Zhang Lanqing and the others looked at one another. Before they had set out, their master had already said that they had to listen to Hao Pingyang's orders for everything this time. His flying sword has been destroyed, and his mind is injured. He doesn't have the time to refine another flying sword either. If we want to kill him, now is the perfect opportunity. That was what Hao Pingyang said, but he looked at Li Qingshan. He also felt that it was rather unreliable for the five of them to kill the zombie Taoist. However, Li Qingshan's performance in the battle just now made him hold an extremely high opinion of him. If Li Qingshan was willing to join them, their chances of success would increase drastically. Li Qingshan hesitated. He wanted to wait for Zhuo Zhibua, but he had no idea whether Zhuo Zhibua would come after him or not. If Zhuo Zhibua did not come, he would definitely make the zombie Taoist his target. A 6th-layer Qi practitioner should have quite a few pills on him that could deal with his pressing needs. The problem right now was whether he should work with the disciples of Moism or not. With his and Little An's strength, it should be enough to kill the zombie Taoist. If you're willing to join us, Qingshan, my share of the spoils will be yours. Zhang Lanqing saw how he could not change Hao Pingyang's mind, so he wanted to ensure his safety during this trip. He also wanted to thank Li Qingshan for saving his life. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao added, the same goes for us. He sure hesitated. I'll give you mine too. As long as they completed the mission, not only would they be able to return with pride, but the 100 schools of thought would give them a reward as well. It was not as if they had come out empty-handed. Hao Pingyang said, kid, you're at the 2nd layer, so you're taking up even more than me. Let's not talk about compensation. You take 70% of the zombie Taoist spoils, and I'll take 30. How's that? Chapter 171. Li Qingshan raised his head. Alright, I agree. He could kill the zombie Taoist with Little An, but killing the 5th-layer Qi practitioner Qian Yannian could be described as a coincidence. Even an idiot would know that he was hiding something if he killed a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Who knew how many probing gazes it would lead to? Yet, he just happened to have a secret that he could not afford to look into. And, his gaze was not limited to the items in the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. The reward that the Hawkwolf Guard had offered to the zombie Taoist amounted to over 10,000 points of contribution. 5 points of contribution could be exchanged for a Qi gathering pill, so that was over 2,000 Qi gathering pills. That was the true bulk of the reward. Working with these disciples of Moism would allow him to obtain these points of contribution in a reasonable manner without raising any suspicion. Zhang Lanqing and the others were all overjoyed, while Hao Pingyang sniggered. Afterwards, Li Qingshan said, though I'm not too satisfied with this split. Zhang Lanqing and the others looked at one another, while Hao Pingyang frowned heavily. He was still dissatisfied with 70%. Wasn't he a little too greedy? Even worse, if Li Qingshan demanded an exorbitant price, he would have to agree to it. Li Qingshan smiled. 30% is enough for me, just like you, senior brother Hao, because I'm confident I can be of no less use than you and ensure everyone's safety. As for the remaining 40%, please distribute it among yourselves. With that, everyone was surprised. They never thought Li Qingshan would just hand over the benefits he had just obtained. 40% of the wealth of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner of the sacred grounds. Was there any Qi practitioner who would not be tempted by it? Zhang Lanqing felt rather ashamed over his petty thoughts Qingshan had just now. Qingshan, that's not a good idea. There's nothing bad about it. If you want me to join, then let's split it like this. If you want to repay me for my kindness, how can this measly share of benefits be enough to repay your lives? Li Qingshan had never been a petty person. He had taken a liking to the disciples of Moism, so he would not let them down. This was how he conducted himself. As the ancients said, spread wealth and gather righteousness. Those who haggle over every ounce and only look at the small benefits in front of them will never achieve great things. A generous and confident person doesn't have to worry about not having friends anywhere. Hao Pingyang laughed heartily and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Good, I like you. He sure was roused by his words as well. He said proudly, our lives are precious. Let alone these few treasures, even 10 zombie Taoists can't compare to our lives. They were not boasting. They were 4th and 5th layer Qi practitioners at such a young age, so breaking through to the 6th layer was not an unreachable goal for them. Their future development would definitely surpass the zombie Taoists. Holy Church. As disciples of the school of Moism, they were not suited for battle, but the mechanisms and puppets they created were treasures that all Qi practitioners would scramble for. They were even more valuable than regular spiritual artifacts. Every single disciple of the school of Moism would be respected wherever they went. Their statuses could not be compared to the zombie Taoist who hid underground and refined corpses. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao also revealed looks of excitement. Jin Yuan said, if we work together, what's there to fear about the zombie Taoist? We won't let our gains go to waste either. Jin Bao said, we need to regain the face we've lost ourselves. We can't let others look down on us disciples of Moism. The gloomy morgue was illuminated by the hot-bloodedness of the young people. Originally, killing the zombie Taoist was only a rather terrifying mission, but now, it was an undertaking that required them to work together to complete. Their fear had already vanished. Hao Pingyang extended his hand. Then let's work together and fuck him up. They put their hands together, and they looked at one another and smiled. They all felt much closer to each other, and there was no longer any barrier between them and Li Qingshan anymore. It was as if they had not just met each other, but had known each other for a very long time. Little An held her face and sat on the roof of the morgue. When Li Qingshan rushed down, he left her up there to keep watch. He told her not to use her power carelessly. She watched as the zombie Taoist fled from the morgue. There was nothing special about her eyes, but they could see through illusions. Concealment techniques were a type of illusion, but they were useless against her. She wanted to go down and warn Li Qingshan, but in the blink of an eye, the zombie Taoist had vanished, so she could only give up. If she had caught up earlier, there would probably be a very good chance for her to taste fresh flesh and blood. However, as long as it was Li Qingshan's orders, she would obey them obediently. The cold moonlight landed on her expressionless face. As she listened to the conversation below, she seemed rather cold. As her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty deepened, her mind seemed to gradually return to when she was a ghost. However, that was the numbness from being tortured to the point where she had lost her sense of self. Now, it was complete indifference. When she controlled the flames and devoured living beings one by one, it was not as simple as absorbing the essence of their flesh and blood. She was not like regular evil or demonic cultivators who refined the blood of living people into arcane treasures. At most, she would have to endure some rebuke from her conscience. Whether it be the blood flames or the pale flames, they were both a part of her. When she melted the flesh and blood, especially the flesh and blood of the living and those who had just died, she could clearly sense their resentment, fury, pain, and fear. The assault of countless negative emotions was enough to make a regular person collapse in an instant. Even cultivators with great willpower would be affected. They would begin to doubt their actions and even their existence, living under the shadow of the dead for the rest of their lives. This was originally the most difficult test of temperament in the path of white bone and great beauty. However, she did not feel troubled at all. Like she was reading a Buddhist scripture, she read the painful laments of the dead without the slightest pity. She was like a god seated on a lotus flower, watching as all life suffered. Her heart was clear and indifferent. It was not that she was purposefully suppressing her emotions, but that she was unable to feel them. She was not moved by righteousness or hot-bloodedness, nor was she troubled by resentment and curses. There was no difference between a red ant and a black ant. All life was equal. They could all be killed, except for him. In the morgue, they discussed the specific plan of action. The sky in the east gradually brightened. Suddenly, Little N stood up and gazed into the distance. His gaze passed through the plains and saw a group of people rapidly approaching them. He leapt off the roof and arrived beside Li Qingshan. With just a glance, Li Qingshan understood that Zhuozhibua had finally arrived. He said to the disciples of Moism, "Please go ahead first. I have some personal matters to attend to. I'll catch up in a little while." Hao Pingyang said, "What's more important than hunting down the zombie Taoist?" Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything. Hao Pingyang did not ask too much either. Seeing how determined he was, he said, "All right then. We'll go first and wait for you at the entrance of the zombie cave." Chapter 172. Bang! 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 Black wolf guards in black wolf uniforms directly pierced through the walls and entered the morgue. The sacred hall dust filled the surroundings, but they were completely untainted. Their clothes drifted with their true qi as they stared at Li Qingshan coldly. Sharp killing intent interwove and wrapped around Li Qingshan firmly. Although the strongest was only the fifth layer Xiananda, their presence could not be compared to Zhang Lanqing and the others. They were professional killers, a pack of wolves that hunted their prey. Every single one of them had survived countless battles of life and death. If Zhang Lanqing faced off against Xiananda, he would have been slain on the spot as soon as they clashed. At this moment, Li Qingshan instead sat down. He leaned on his wind-entwining blade and did not even look at the black wolf guards. The dust approached Li Qingshan every 5 steps, but it could not advance any further. Little N stood beside him. Her pearl-like eyes were filled with some desire. All paths of escape had been sealed up, only leaving behind the pitch-black, hollow entrance of the morgue. Cold wind whistled in, and a black boot stepped over the doorsill. With the wind came an iron hawk. Its wings were raised, its eyes were wide open, and its beak was like a hook. It stared at Li Qingshan as if it could come alive at any time and kill Li Qingshan on the spot. The presence he gave off alone was even more powerful than all the other black wolf guards combined. Li Qingshan finally raised his head. "Commander Zhua, what a grand lineup." Zhuozhibua glanced past the corpses strewn across the morgue and asked in surprise, "Did you do all of this? You repelled the zombie Taoist?" "As you can see." Li Qingshan opened his left hand. Zhuozhibua sneered, "Then he's still just trash." If the zombie Taoist had been surrounded by the hawks and wolves, he definitely would not have been able to escape as easily as he did against the disciples of Moism. He would only have been slain and torn to pieces. Li Qingshan agreed. He really is trash. The Sacred Hall. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Zhuozhibua no longer concealed his killing intent. "Before you die, do you have anything to say?" Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. "I won't die." Zhuozhibua said, "Yes, you won't die quickly. We have the most brilliant interrogators here. We will cut you open bit by bit and not let you die." He really wanted to admire Li Qingshan's expression of fear and despair, but he was disappointed. Li Qingshan only smiled, revealing his snow-white fangs that were longer than a normal person's. Even the child beside him was expressionless. As Li Qingshan and Zhuozhibua spoke, none of the black wolf guards in the surroundings interrupted them. They did not even show any changes in their expressions. Even the weakest Gujian's eyes shone brightly, locking onto Li Qingshan's presence. He refused to lower his guard at all. Although they were facing off against an enemy, Li Qingshan could not help but praise them inside. Now this was a true warrior. As one of the most powerful organizations of violence in the Great Xia Empire, even the weakest Black Wolf Guard possessed such qualities. He possessed absolute confidence in victory. The only problem right now was that he could not let a single one of them escape. Li Qingshan stood up. With a clang, he drew his jagged wind-entwining blade. He extended his left hand into his talisman belt and took out a lightning summoning talisman. Little An wielded his sword in one hand and the skull prayer beads in the other. They did not even look at each other, but they had already decided on a strategy. It was exactly the same as the zombie Daoist strategy just now, which was to erupt with all their strength and kill the strongest Zhuozhibwa instantly. The remaining people could be dealt with as they pleased. Even if they scattered, it would be relatively easy to hunt them down. Zhuozhibwa nodded slightly and drew his 7 wind-entwining blades. The battle was about to erupt at any moment. However, a yell rang out from outside, "Li Qingshan, are you crippled? Why are you so slow?" Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. "What are you doing back here?" Zhuozhibwa suddenly turned around and saw a burly man with a full beard standing several dozen meters away. The presence he gave off and the bronze cannon in his hand made his eyes narrow. Hao Pingyang said, "If I want to come back, I'll come back. Is that any of your business?" Beside him, Zhang Lanqing and the other 3 carried loaded 1,000 crossbows. They all frowned. Zhang Lanqing said, "Are you still not done with your business? If you're done, then hurry over." Zhuozhibwa said coldly, "I was wondering why you were so fearless. Turns out you've received reinforcements. No wonder you're still alive." Li Qingshan completely ignored him. He said loudly to Hao Pingyang, "I'm not going over right now. You can go first. There's no need to wait for me." Hao Pingyang called out, "I told you to come over, so come over. I'd like to see who dares to stop you. I'll blast them to smithereens." Li Qingshan felt rather helpless, but also rather touched. He sheathed his blade and said to Zhuozhibwa, "Commander Zhuo, looks like there won't be many opportunities today." Just like that, he made his way towards the entrance of the morgue with Little An. The moment they brushed past Zhuozhibwa, they could both sense the startling killing intent that had erupted from each other, but neither of them struck out. Gujian said, "Commander." Zhuozhibwa raised his hand, indicating for them to be quiet. Li Qingshan arrived beside Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang whispered, "What's going on?" Li Qingshan smiled. "There's just a small conflict." "A small conflict?" Hao Pingyang called out. A small conflict could be surrounded by a group of Black Wolf guards with killing intent, and their leader was a 6th-layer Qi practitioner Black Hawk commander. Jin Bao said with lingering fear, "That man, even from so far away and with his back to me, it still feels very terrifying." The reason why Cave Town got its name was because there was a huge karst cave near the town. It was a tributary of the clear river that flowed into the cavern, never to return. The boats and people were the same. Even though there were curious villagers who tried to enter the cavern to investigate, none of them returned. It had become a forbidden ground that could make people pale at the mere mention of it. However, according to the location marked out by the Hawk Wolf Guard, the cavern was called the Zombie Cave. It was the hiding place of the most wanted criminal, the zombie Daoist. He was also a terrifying existence in the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiping City. Zhuozhibwa had once personally led a group in an attempt to complete this mission, but in the end, they lost 4 Black Wolf guards, and they failed to find the zombie Daoist's hiding place. It only doubled the contribution required for the mission, setting a new record for the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiping City. Li Qingshan currently stood at the entrance to the zombie cave. The entrance stood over 30 meters tall and was extremely wide. It was like the mouth of a huge beast, spraying with a cold air. Li Qingshan could clearly smell the faint stench in the air. It was the stench of corpses. He gazed into the cave, but his gaze vanished into the darkness in the end. The pillars that hung down from the ceiling were like the fangs of a huge beast. Even the rising sun in the east was unable to weaken the gloominess of this place. Zhang Lanqing took out a small boat and tossed it into the water. The boat rapidly expanded until it could fit 8 people. The 2 sides were lined with oars that resembled a 1,000-legged insect. "You better go first. Those people won't spare me. They'll definitely catch up." Li Qingshan had already roughly explained the entire story to them. They were all furious, but after the fury, they became fearful. The infamy of the Hawkwolf Guard was extremely resounding among Qi practitioners. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao lowered their heads. They said nothing. From the clash earlier, they had understood the difference in strength between them and the Hawkwolf Guard. He Yisher's eyes flickered as he mumbled, "That works too. It'll be a little easier if I flee alone." Hao Pingyang said furiously, "If there's something good to gain, we'll appreciate each other and get along well. If there's danger, we'll split up and go our separate ways. Are you still human?" Jin Yuan and Jin Bao were both ashamed. He Yisher said, "I'm just saying." However, he wondered inside whether Li Qingshan was intentionally using them to block the disaster. Zhang Lanqing said, "Yeah. Qingshan, it'll be a little safer if you stay with us. Once the mission ends, we'll return to the Clear River Prefecture together. You can appeal to the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. We can all testify for you." Hao Pingyang said, "That's a good idea. If it doesn't work out, you might as well resign from your position with the Hawkwolf Guard. The 100 schools of thought will open next spring, and you can join our school of Moism. I'll personally teach you the art of engineering." Li Qingshan took in all of their reactions. Hao Pingyang was truly a straightforward man. Although he had a bad temper and a foul mouth, his flaws did not obscure his virtues. Zhang Lanqing was an honest person, and he was meticulous in his thinking. The other three paled in comparison. They could be roused by loyalty and hot-bloodedness, but they could not last for long. However, Li Qingshan did not resent them at all. This was just human nature. Not all ties of friendship would be reciprocated. Even if the 5 of them were no longer willing to travel with Li Qingshan did not find it strange at all. Now that there were 2 people who were truly willing to help him, it was already extremely rare. Now they were truly friends worth making. As for the 3 of them, they were just acquaintances. Li Qingshan said, "All right, I'll keep you company for a little longer." Hao Pingyang said, "Now that's more like it." The 7 of them boarded the boat. Under Zhang Lanqing's control, the wing-like oars on the 2 sides immediately began to move. The boat followed the flow and entered the cave. Soon after they left, Zhuozhibu's group arrived at the entrance as well. Gujian asked, "Commander, what do we do?" Zhuozhibu said, "Let them scout the path ahead and clear out the obstacles. Once they're exhausted, kill them all and push the blame onto the zombie Daoist. Then kill the zombie Daoist." He decided everyone's fate with a single sentence. He demonstrated his cold, iron-blooded demeanor. "Yes, sir." The Black Wolf Guards answered loudly, following his lead. Zhuozhibu joked, "I'm a little glad that I didn't kill him right from the beginning. Instead, I gained quite a lot of benefits." Since their boss was joking, how could the subordinates not respect him? The Black Wolf Guards all smiled in agreement. Looks like the Mahis disciples have quite a lot of good stuff on them. The boat moved extremely quickly with the flow. Very soon, they entered the cave. The cave gradually narrowed, and the surroundings were pitch black. At this moment, a small lantern lit up at the front of the boat. Although Qi practitioners could see at night, their vision would still be affected in the darkness. The one who was truly unaffected was Little An. The one who felt like he could see even more clearly in the darkness than in the day was Li Qingshan. Chapter 173. Li Qingshan said, "This boat is not bad, Little End likes it too." Little End was lying on the side of the boat, concentrating on the wing-like rudder that was moving in the water. Chapter 72. Zhang Lanqing smiled and said, "I made this myself. This child is called Little End. Won't she be in danger if she stays with us?" Li Qingshan patted Little End's head and said, "She can take care of herself. Why doesn't she use a propeller?" "What is a propeller?" Li Qingshan explained a little, and Zhang Lanqing understood. He immediately fell into deep thought. This structure is very unique, it seems to be compared to a normal ore. Li Qingshan said, be careful. Zhang Lanqing was distracted, and the boat directly crashed into the rock wall. When he regained his senses, he quickly turned the boat around and patted his chest. That was close. Hao Pingyang said, clear your head, don't become muddle-headed when you think about machinery. Zhang Lanqing said, I will definitely test it out when I get back. Qingshan, you will definitely achieve something if you come to the Mo family. Li Qingshan said, maybe. This could also be considered as using other mountain stones to improve one's own jade. In the place where the boat had just passed, on both sides of the cave, where the light couldn't reach, a pair of bright green eyes lit up. It was actually a dried-up corpse. Its entire body seemed to have fused with the rock walls and was covered in moss. After so many years, even the stench of the corpse was gone, and there was no breath. Even Li Qingshan did not notice it. It seemed to have received some order, and struggled to leave the rock wall, but its movements suddenly stopped. It saw a white prayer bead floating not far in front of it. Even after being refined, it only had the consciousness to obey orders, and the desire for flesh and blood, but it still felt an instinctive fear. The skull prayer bead penetrated its head, and a red light shone from its body, turning its flesh into fire, and its bones into water, merging into this small prayer bead. Somewhere in the depths of the cave, a skinny old Taoist opened his eyes. He had just awakened a corpse, but he had lost his sense of it. That feeling was very strange. That slight fluctuation seemed to signify fear. Of course, this was an extremely absurd thing. How could a corpse understand fear? Although the soul was still bound to the body, it had long lost the ability to feel fear. It was just an illusion. Then, for some reason, he recalled his experience at the giant sinkhole outside ancient Wind City. He was a cultivator who chased after corpses. Although he was infamous and ranked at the top of the blacklist, he was not bold enough to go around killing people and refining corpses. Once he crossed a certain limit, the Hawkwolf Guard would send even stronger guards to kill him. The cavern could not stop truly powerful cultivators. Hence, most of the time, he was a gravedigger or a corpse robber. Once he heard about what happened in ancient Wind City, he would immediately set out. There were 1,000 corpses there, and there were even quite a few chi practitioners among them. He would definitely be able to find the best materials to refine the corpses. However, when he arrived, all he saw was an empty sinkhole. There was only shock and fear in his heart. He rejoiced that he had not arrived in time. Fear was an emotion he had not felt for many years. With a thought, he thought back to the morgue. The body of a body practitioner was quite tempting, but he had never trusted Zhuozhibua. As a result, he was extremely careful. The traps of the Mahis disciples were childish and laughable to him. Although his submerged shadow sword had been destroyed in a moment of carelessness and he was forced to flee, he was utterly furious, but he was not afraid. In his lengthy life, he had faced many more severe failures and dangers than this. He knocked on the blade and confirmed that it was completely broken. In his hands, an inferior-grade spirit artifact really couldn't withstand the torment. Although he could use true chi to achieve the same effect, it would consume too much true chi. The gains did not make up for the losses. Zhang Lanqing handed 1,000 mechanism crossbow and a few boxes of fire crow bolts to Li Qingshan. I'm going to steer the boat. You use it. All right. Li Qingshan took the 1,000 mechanism crossbow and fired furiously at the water surface, blowing up 7 or 8 floating corpses. He had learned archery before, and his accuracy was better than Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's, earning him a few praises. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a gaze on him. He turned around and saw Little and looking at the 1,000 mechanism crossbow with anticipation, no longer looking at the oars. Try it. Li Qingshan handed the 1,000 mechanism crossbow to her. Little and happily took it. Hao Pingyang hurriedly stopped him. Don't mess around. He complained that Li Qingshan did not know the gravity of the situation. How could he give such a dangerous weapon to a child? The 1000 mechanism crossbow was extremely powerful. If Little An lost control and fired it recklessly on the boat, it would be terrible. He extended his hand towards the 1000 mechanism crossbow in Little An's hand, but he missed. He was stunned. Looking back, all he saw was that Little An had already arrived at the bow of the boat, shooting at the floating corpses. Her aim was extremely good too, basically killing a floating corpse with each arrow. Li Qingshan patted Hao Pingyang's shoulder. I said she can take care of herself. She can take care of you too. Hao Pingyang's eyes widened. This kid was so mysterious. Even the child beside him was so strange. With Little An taking action, the others put down the 1000 mechanism crossbow to save some fire crow bolts. They watched her performance from the side and praised from time to time, "Nice one." Jin Bao smiled complacently. Is this the zombie Daoist trying to use these little tricks against us? Looks like it's nothing special. However, before he had even finished speaking, he smelled a foul stench. The stench was so intense that it almost made him dizzy. Hao Pingyang said, "Hold your breaths. The stench is poisonous." The boat just happened to arrive where the floating corpses had exploded. Li Qingshan could clearly see that although the floating corpses had been destroyed and cleaned up, the gas within them had been released, turning into a heavy, faint, green gas that filled the cavern. The further they advanced, the thicker the gas became. Even the lantern was unable to penetrate it. They all held their breaths in a hurry. As Qi practitioners, they could circulate their true Qi through their bodies, which could completely replace breathing. However, as the gas grew thicker, their eyes began to tear up. Even their skin felt like it was burning. Even without Hao Pingyang's reminder, they had already released their true Qi to protect themselves instinctively. Just as everyone was busy fending off the gas and their vision blurred, undercurrents surged underwater. Li Qingshan was the first to sense it. There's something underwater. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves surged, and cyan hands so rotten that their bones could be seen reached out from the water. They grabbed the oars and then the railings of the ship, climbing up the ship. Heads without eyes or noses were exposed, and they let out terrifying whimpers. Just as Heisher aimed his 1000 mechanism crossbow at the railings of the boat, a gust of wind blew over from above. He raised his head in a panic and saw a dried corpse pass through the poisonous gas, lunging towards him from the pitch-black ceiling. There's one up there too. Hao Pingyang bellowed. He swung his yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and sent a dried corpse flying. Li Qingshan raised his head. Withered corpses hung from the jagged stalagmites at the top of the cavern, lunging down one after another. On the two sides of the cavern were specks of green light. Corpses broke free from the restraints of the walls, opening their withered mouths and lunging towards the boat. The quiet cavern seemed to come alive in that instant, turning into a terrifying hell. Vicious corpses littered everywhere. Heisher and the others raised their 1000 mechanism crossbows, but they didn't know where to aim. Although they had said that they wanted to wipe away their previous humiliation, battle awareness wasn't something that could be obtained just by saying it. It required countless battles, or a talent like Li Qingshan's. Clearly, they didn't have either of these things. Jin Bao pulled the trigger in a panic. He almost hit his companions, but he didn't hit a single zombie. The wind-entwining blade drew an arc of light in the air, decapitating two dried corpses. Li Qingshan said, "I'll deal with the ones above. You guys crouch down and focus on dealing with the ones underwater." They hurriedly crouched down. Needless to say, Hao Pingyang raised his cannon and sent the zombies leaping towards them flying. Before they could even stabilize themselves, shrill screams came from the bow of the boat, rapidly approaching. Chapter 174. The massive corpses slowly floating on the water suddenly spat out poisonous gas and shot out of the water with astonishing speed. They flew into the darkness of the boat. Heisher's mouth was agape, and the 1000 mechanism crossbow in his hand drooped down. Terrifying corpses filled the space around him, making him feel like he was trapped in a terrifying hell. Even though they were the proud sons of heaven from the 100 schools of thought, it was clear what would happen to them if they were dragged into the water. Hao Pingyang roared as he swung the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light at the floating corpses, but he was unable to send them flying. The corpses exploded, releasing large amounts of poisonous gas and spewing out dark green corpse fluid. With a sizzling sound, the fluid splashed onto the deck of the boat, causing white smoke to rise. It landed on Hao Pingyang's face. Although it was blocked by his jinshi, he still cut a sorry figure. Bang! 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 Corpses exploded on the boat one after another. A thick poisonous fog completely enveloped the boat, making it impossible to see beyond a foot. All one could hear were the moans of the corpses echoing through the cavern. Losing his vision, Jin Bao panicked. He shouted, "Brother! Brother!" It was as if he was the only one left in this terrifying hell. He roared and shot into the water, instinctively releasing his jinshi to block the attacks from all directions. The boat was too small, and the puppets could not move at all. Whoosh! 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 The fire crow bolts ran out in an instant, disappearing into the fog. Most of them shot into the water, exploding and kicking up even more ferocious waves. The boat seemed to be sailing in a stormy sea, but it just couldn't move a single step. Countless corpse hands held the boat firmly in place, climbing onto the side of the boat and dragging it into the water. Not good. The boat is sinking. Jin Bao shouted in panic. At this moment, an extremely withered corpse hand suddenly pierced through the fog and grabbed his hand. Ah! Jin Bao screamed and retreated, knocking into someone. Although the corpse hand was blown away with a burst of jinshi, his mind was not so easy to calm down. Holy Church in the thick fog, Jinyuan heard his little brothers scream and also shouted, "Jin Bao, what happened to you?" I. Jin Bao panted as he tried his best to lower his head. The yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light buzzed above his head, stirring up a gale that did nothing to disperse the mist. Instead, it grew thicker and thicker. Oh no, my true chi is about to run out. He Ishi's tone changed. He no longer had the heroic spirit he had before he set off. Amidst the poisonous gas, not only did he have to release his jinshi to protect every inch of his skin, he also had to slap away the attacks of the corpses from time to time. The other four were silent, and Zhao Lanqing was dumbstruck. Hao Pingyang wielded the yellow dragon's devouring cannon like a flaming wheel, repelling all the zombies that attempted to board the ship. Li Qingshan wove a web of blades with his wind-entwining blade, dicing up all the corpses that fell down from above. He felt extremely helpless over the performance of his teammates. Although the water corpses were terrifying, they were nowhere close to the zombies in the morgue. As long as they were prepared, even the masters of the Jianghu could deal with them. The zombie Daoist had successfully used the geographical advantage to unleash his full strength, dealing a mental blow to their minds and depleting their true chi. Even though he was not a strategist, he was a tactician. It was possible to imagine what the outcome would be if the submerged shadow sword were still around and they launched a sneak attack in the mist. Li Qingshan touched his talisman pouch, but then he smiled and pulled his hand back. He called out to Zhang Lanqing, "Prepare to set off." Zhang Lanqing returned to his senses. What? Little End was expressionless, but he moved as nimbly as a monkey. He snatched the 1,000-mechanism crossbow from Jin Bao's hands, and with 2 clicks, he loaded a new box of fire crow bolts into it. He spread out his arms, and the crossbow spat out bolts. He spun around, and the fire crow bolts formed a circle, brushing past everyone's hands and feet, landing on the water corpses on the side of the ship with great precision. Boom! 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 A series of intense explosions sounded out, kicking up waves of air and water that knocked the ship off the surface of the water. Zhang Lanqing called out. He channeled all of his jinshi into the ship, and a stream of air spurted out from the stern. It took off and charged out of the poisonous mist. All that was left behind were mangled corpses and outstretched hands. His vision cleared up, and he sure could not help but ravish with joy. He looked at the others, and they were no different from him. Only Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang remained calm. Screeching sounds rang out again. Giant floating corpses spat out poisonous gas as they crashed into the ship. At some point, Little N had already stood at the bow of the ship. Her clothes billowed in the wind, and her thick, wavy, seaweed-like hair was pulled behind her, brushing past Zhang Lanqing's face. He widened his eyes, and felt that this silent child emitted a dazzling light. Her expression did not change, and her two small, white hands gripped the 2000 mechanism crossbows. She did not move at all in the violent turbulence. The floating corpses exploded in the air, and not a single one was able to get within 10 steps of the ship. Bang! The ship once again landed heavily in the water, sending up countless waves. It sailed forward at full speed, leaving the dangerous waters behind. Cheers rang out from the ship, and Hao Pingyang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan placed his hand on Little N's shoulder and smiled approvingly. Even he could not have done a better job while controlling his strength. In the end, it was still his own people who were more reliable. My Little N is not a pig-headed teammate like you guys. Little N's lips curled into a smile, and she blinked her eyes, which twinkled like stars. Li Qingshan nodded slightly, and the skull prayer beads were thrown into the water once more. Hao Pingyang mumbled, "Is she still a child?" Even as a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, he did not have a better performance. Of course, his position was not that of an ordinary 6th-layer Qi practitioner. The explosive power of the Yellow Dragon's cannon of devouring light was enough to kill any 6th-layer Qi practitioner, and its killing range was extremely long. It was an even more frightening weapon than ordinary flying swords, but it was not suited for close combat. Li Qingshan shrugged. Those behind you are the ones who are more like children. Before he could speak, Hao Pingyang's spittle flew everywhere as he cursed, "You bastards, and you still say you want to wash away your shame. Wash my ass, you can't even compare to a child. I think the three of us together will be much safer than with you guys." They looked at each other, and then lowered their heads, unable to say anything. Little N reluctantly returned the 1000 mechanism crossbow to Jin Bao, and handed the other to Zhang Lanqing. She felt that this trip was very interesting, more interesting than Jiaping City. At least shooting zombies was much more fun than stabbing ants. If Hao Pingyang and the others knew that their bitter battle was just an interesting shooting game to her, they would definitely be shocked. But compared to the dangers that Li Qingshan and the others had experienced, this was truly at the level of a game. There was no danger to speak of. Zhang Lanqing said, "I'll give it to you. I still have another one. This is a spare." Zhang Lanqing wanted to rub Little N's head, but Little N dodged. He did not feel embarrassed, and smiled as he rubbed his own head. Jin Bao gritted his teeth. "I'll give you mine too." He was indebted to Li Qingshan and Little N for helping him twice, but he had no way to repay them. Seeing Zhang Lanqing's generosity, he could not bring himself to do this at his young age. Moreover, this thing in his hands was completely different from when it was in the child's hands. Now that Little N held the 1000 mechanism crossbow, he felt more at ease than when he held it himself. His life seemed to be more secure. Then, the two of them very happily gave each of them 10 boxes of fire crow bolts. These were all things that could not be avoided on this trip. Rather than wasting them in their hands, it was better to give them to the child. Li Qingshan thanked Little N on his behalf. These 2000 mechanism crossbows were truly powerful weapons. An ordinary 3rd or 4th layer Qi practitioner could pose a threat to a Qi practitioner 2 or 3 layers above them. Moreover, it consumed very little true Qi. This kind of effect was not something an ordinary low-grade spirit weapon could compare to. It was worth at least a few hundred Qi gathering pills. Little N lowered his head and played with the 1000 mechanism crossbow. This crossbow's design was extremely intricate. Who knew how many parts it was made of? Although it was made of wood, it was as heavy as steel. In reality, Li Qingshan had still underestimated the value of these 2,000 mechanism crossbows. These Mahis disciples had not even brought a single talisman with them. They had only brought a few puppets, a crossbow, and as many fire crow bolts as they could. This was a sign of their trust in these weapons. If they were sold outside, the price could easily exceed 1,000 chi gathering pills. They were expensive because of the blood, sweat, and tears the disciples of Moism had poured into them. However, as the makers, the cost was not that high, which was why they were so generous. In the region of water they had just left, the skull prayer bead turned into a huge skull. It spat out flames and swept away all of the corpses, whether they could move or not. After eating their fill, they left just now. A while later, black figures caught up quickly. They were the Hawk-Wolf guards led by Zhuozhibua. They did not use a ship, using their own strength. Some were like apes, extending their arms and grabbing the rock pillars at the top of the cave before leaping forward. Others would step on the slippery walls and gently push off the ground when they ran out of strength, arriving on the other side of the wall. They advanced in a crisscrossing manner. They were no slower than the boats that traveled with the flow. Whether it be their reactions or their movement techniques, they were all first-rate. The most graceful of them all was Zhuozhibua. He did not use his legs, but he stood on the surface of the water like it was flat ground, advancing rapidly. Only at a closer glance would they discover that he was standing on the tip of his foot. At this moment, they stopped to investigate. Xie Nanda said, "That's strange. I clearly heard the sounds of battle just now, so why aren't there any corpses? Whatever. Let's catch up to them and kill them all first. We don't have to worry about anyone escaping in this cave. Aren't we going to use them to kill the zombie Daoist? I don't think they'll be able to reach the zombie Daoist's nest." Zhuozhibua pondered silently for a while before suddenly swinging his hand forward, making a gesture to kill. The cave constantly twisted and turned. In such a terrain, Hao Pingyang's cannons were unable to unleash their full power, so there was nothing to fear. Chapter 175. Li Qingshan and the others were indeed facing this problem. The boat was anchored on the water. The cavern before them was no longer a single path. Instead, it had split into three. Every single path seemed similar, pitch-black and deep. Who knew where they led to? Splitting up was obviously impossible. Who knew how many more forks there would be if they ventured deeper? They would definitely outnumber them. What do we do? Li Qingshan gained a better understanding of why the Hawk-Wolf Guard had failed to finish off the zombie Daoist. He even doubted whether he could do it. The most difficult part was not fighting, but searching. Hao Pingyang smiled complacently. Would I have come down here if I wasn't prepared? I knew these guys were unreliable, so I considered the worst-case scenario. As he said that, he fished out a wooden sphere that resembled a rugby ball from his 100 treasures pouch. Afterwards, he turned the mechanism at the top, and with a series of creaks, many tiny holes appeared on the sphere. It was like a beehive. With a buzz, a swarm of tiny insects flew out of the beehive, but they were not bees. Instead, they glowed like fireflies. Little N's eyes lit up again. He extended his hand and grabbed one, only to discover that it was not a real insect. Instead, it was an extremely intricate mechanical insect. There was a green gem on its tail, and every single one of them seemed like a fine piece of art. Li Qingshan asked, "What are these?" Hao Pingyang said, "You'll know once you see." Under his control, the swarm of insects split into 3 groups and flew into the 3 caverns. Hao Pingyang then turned the top of the beehive, and the tip shone with green light, forming a ball in the air. There was a huge speck of light and countless smaller specks of light in the ball of light. The tiny specks of light split into 3 groups, all starting with the huge speck of light. They left behind 3 twisting paths in the ball of light. At a closer glance, they were 3 caverns of different shapes. They actually formed a 3-dimensional map in the ball of light. Li Qingshan immediately understood their use. He praised the wonders of Ma's techniques once again. Afterwards, the specks of light began to split up, leaving behind even more paths and creating an even more detailed map. Hao Pingyang said, "I found it in the storehouse. It's a puppet specially used for searching and drawing. Everyone, rest up and catch your breath. Once we find the zombie Daoist's nest, we'll set off." Senior brother is wise indeed. Jin Bao praised. Everyone sat down, took some pills, and harmonized their auras. Hao Pingyang, on the other hand, focused on controlling the puppet insects. After a while, a mechanical insect probed out of a cave that had traces of human carvings. Then, the mechanical insect was destroyed by something and lost all sense of it. Annoying bugs. A withered hand crushed the insect. The zombie Daoist rubbed the stone coffin beside him like he was touching the face of his lover. "Don't fret. There'll be fresh blood very soon. It'll all be the blood of Qi practitioners." Li Qingshan pointed at the ball of light. "Looks like it's here." Zhang Lanqing and the others also revealed excited expressions. The goal of this trip was right in front of them. Hao Pingyang said, "Once we summon the mechanical insects back, we'll set off." When the last mechanical bug returned to the beehive-like wooden sphere, Hao Pingyang got up. He was just about to give the order to set out, but he suddenly frowned and looked towards the cave behind him. Li Qingshan said, "Looks like I can only send you here." At the end of the day, he still had to deal with his own matters. After clashing with Zhuo Zhibo twice, he could not do it a third time. It was time to put an end to it. Zhang Lanqing said, "What?" Afterwards, he sensed the powerful aura from the cave, as well as the sharp killing intent. His heart skipped a beat. He Yishe and the other two sensed the determination to kill, and their expressions changed as well. They could not help but look at Li Qingshan. Although they had spent most of their time studying the arts of engineering in the 100 schools of thought, they were not naive youths. They knew very well what it meant to be caught in the crossfire. If the Black Hawk commander had truly made up his mind to attack, he probably would not care about them at all. Instead, he would try to silence them. Hao Pingyang immediately said, "Let's set off right now." "Lanqing, set sail." Li Qingshan shook his head gently. "No, the ship won't be able to shake them off with its speed. This has nothing to do with you in the first place. Go first. Once I shake them off, I'll catch up and rendezvous with you very soon." Qingshan's right. A single person is still a little smaller. The cave is so complicated, so we might not be able to find him. If we flee together, we might be pincered from both sides. Senior brother, hurry up and make up your mind. He Yishe could not help but say. He did not want to become enemies with the Black Wolf commander over a kid he had just met. Not only would there be no benefits, but it would even lead to life-threatening danger. The zombie Daoist had lost the submerged shadow sword, and his ambush had been destroyed. He was extremely weak now. Even without Li Qingshan, they were confident they could take him down. As for the even darker thought in his head, he did not even bother to think about it carefully. If Li Qingshan was gone, then there was no need to split the 30%. Hao Pingyang said, "Then let's fight." However, apart from Zhang Lanqing who stood up nervously, no one else responded. The aura grew closer and closer. Jin Bao said, "Qingshan, you can leave Little and here for now. We'll take good care of her." Little and wielded 2,000 mechanism crossbows. She was extremely powerful, and she did not need to split the loot either. Of course, he would never admit he had such thoughts. "How can you do this? Didn't we say we were in the same boat? If it weren't for Qingshan, we would have died in the morgue," Zhang Lanqing could not help but say. Zhang Lanqing could not help but ask. Li Qingshan was his savior, so how could he be ungrateful? He Yishe grumbled, "My life has never been saved." He was a noble disciple of the Mahist school. He would definitely accomplish great things in the future, so how could he risk his life? "You! Zhang Lanqing pointed at He, speechless. No matter how he looked at it, He and the others would be doomed if Li Qingshan killed him. Jin Yuan lowered his head and grumbled slightly, "Senior brother Zhang, you're a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. We're not that powerful. Even if we stay, we'll just be more of a hindrance. You're strong, so of course you're confident. We're weak, so it'll be very easy for us to be killed. You three idiots." Hao Pingyang was extremely disappointed in his three junior brothers. Not only was their actions unjust, but they were also brainless. After the Hawkwolf Guard killed Li Qingshan, wouldn't they hunt them down and silence them? If they did not combine all their strength for battle right now, instead hoping for a moment of peace and comfort, they would be as foolish as they could be. He raised his hand high into the air. This was no longer a joke between his junior brothers. Instead, it was a heavy hand that resented them for failing to live up to his expectations. He wanted to beat them to their senses, but Li Qingshan grabbed him. The hearts of people were not exactly dark, nor were they exactly bright. Calculations of benefits would always exist in everyone's hearts. It was just that everyone's choices were different. In the face of true life-threatening danger, just how many people would be willing to go through thick and thin with you? Although Li Qingshan felt cold, he still smiled. "They're right. There's nothing you can do to help me. You've witnessed my abilities as a body practitioner. It's easier for me to flee alone. However, Little N has to stay by my side." With that, before Hao Pingyang could persuade him any further, Li Qingshan leapt backwards gently with Little N leaping off the boat. He said, "Be careful. We'll meet again." He turned around and vanished into the black cavern. Zhang Lanqing was still in a daze. He rushed over and controlled the boat, heading towards the cavern on the other side, the zombie Daoist's lair. They parted ways just like that. Actually, Li Qingshan was not particularly optimistic about their chances. Although he had never met the zombie Daoist before, he knew just how cautious and crafty his enemy was from the two clashes he had with him. If he did not have absolute confidence in victory, he would definitely vanish into the web-like caverns. If he was willing to stay behind, it would be quite a terrifying matter. Only people with hidden strength like Li Qingshan could ignore this danger. He had already witnessed the battle prowess of the disciples of Moism along the way. Of course, he would not take pleasure in their misfortune and hope that they would die. He was not that narrow-minded, and Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing were very loyal too. He wished them a safe journey from the bottom of his heart. However, he was not a nanny, nor was he the Virgin Mary. He believed he had a clear conscience and had done everything he could. As for the rest, he would leave it to fate and the hearts of people to decide. Zhuo Zhibua hurried over with a group of black wolf guards. He sensed the two presences in the two caverns. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. Gujian asked, "Commander, which way do we go first?" Zhuo Zhibua said, "Let's kill Li Qingshan first. We can deal with the disciples of Moism later." This was his main objective for coming here in the first place. As the presences drew closer, Li Qingshan smiled. He used the power of the spirit turtle's Niden to control water to walk on the water and charge forward. The caverns rapidly receded before him, sometimes descending and sometimes turning. It was like there was no end to it. He constantly came across new forks and chose new paths without any hesitation. Suddenly, the sound of surging water rang out from up ahead. Li Qingshan seemed to return to the days when he cultivated under the waterfall in the mountains. This was the sound he heard every day. The sound grew louder and louder, becoming deafening. His vision cleared up. The surging river water suddenly dropped down without any prior signs, forming an underground waterfall. Li Qingshan leapt down over 30 meters and landed on a platform in the water. He looked around, and all he saw was emptiness. It was a huge underground cavern, half the size of a football field. It was enough for him to demonify freely and stretch out his limbs. This was not a coincidence. Instead, he had chosen the battlefield along the path that the mechanical insects had discovered. It was also the graveyard of the Hawkwolf guards. From the outside, it seemed even more perfect than the map that the mechanical insects had discovered. He sucked in a deep breath and gestured towards Little End with a glance. Little End immediately vanished into the water. Without waiting for too long, the murderousness rushed into the cavern very soon. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw Zhuo Zhibue and a group of black wolf guards leap down from the waterfall, landing before Li Qingshan. Afterwards, they quickly dispersed, surrounding Li Qingshan. Zhuo Zhibue said coldly, "I've finally caught you." When he thought about how he had always provoked something as terrifying as this, he felt a lingering fear. "I understand now. That's how you killed Zhao Liangqing and Qian Yanyan." As Zhuo Zhibue said that, he had already stabilized his mind. Li Qingshan was not the demon general he originally believed him to be. Although he could assume a human form, he was only a 6th or 7th layer Qi practitioner. He was not completely invincible. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why the great antagonists in stories would always spout nonsense, including Zhuo Zhibue from earlier. It was because the feeling of power that came from grasping the situation in one's hands was just too great. It was easy for him to think clearly. However, with so many counterexamples before him, he still had to hold back his emotions. He said with a deep, metallic voice, "You've guessed correctly." He raised his left foot, or perhaps his left hoof, in a seemingly unintentional manner before stomping down with great force. The sacred hull, his innate ability, the ox demon tramples. Jump! Zhuo Zhibue was the first to sense that something was amiss. He leapt into the air. Most of the other black wolf guards were veterans of the Jianghu, so their reactions were not slow either. True Qi surged from their feet, and they all shot into the air like rockets. Only a 3rd layer Qi practitioner Black Wolf Guard reacted a little slower. Just when he wanted to leap up, the shockwave had already reached his feet and spread through his entire body. Several hundred of his bones immediately shattered, and his skin became riddled with cracks. He exploded with a bang. Zhuo Zhibue and the other Black Wolf Guards looked down in fright, but they were not looking at the dead Black Wolf Guard. Instead, they looked at the entire island. With a great rumble, the island shattered, cut into countless pieces by countless cracks. At the center was the bottom of Li Qingshan's right foot. The lake water surged violently, swallowing the rock and soil. Li Qingshan crushed the island with a single stomp, sinking it. It formed several hundred vortexes of various sizes. Li Qingshan stood on the waves, gazing up between the vortexes with his scarlet-red eyes. Zhuo Zhibue gripped his dagger firmly. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was not something a regular demon possessed. If he was no different from regular demons, why would Li Qingshan need to practice the ox demon's fist of great strength? With his recent days of cultivation, he was close to breaking through to the 2nd layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength. He could feel his strength grow by leaps and bounds again. Although the ability became more difficult to practice and required more and more resources, the power it brought was greater and greater. Little An hid at the bottom of the surging water. Her lips curled into a smile, but she was in no hurry to strike, as she could sense that Li Qingshan was currently in high spirits. He needed some release. Li Qingshan said with some pity, "This move doesn't seem to be very useful. Let's try this move." He sucked in a deep breath and roared at the sky. The tiger demon's slaughter's howl. The sound waves shook up the surroundings. The wind swept through the air like blades. It was countless times more powerful than the wind blades from the wind entwining blade. Zhuo Zhibue's expression changed. Oh no! Before the wind had arrived, the sound had arrived. The 2 black wolf guards at the very front clutched their heads in pain. Their true Qi had basically dispersed, and they were about to fall out of the air. However, in the next moment, they were reduced to a bloody mist by the gust of wind that followed closely behind, scattering through the air. The howl echoed through the cavern for quite some time. The other Black Wolf guards barely managed to return to their senses from the shock of the sound waves. When they saw this, their hearts completely sank. The enemy in front of them was not something that any of the enemies they had encountered in the past could compare to. As long as they were struck by it, they would be smashed into pieces and consigned to eternal damnation. It was impossible for them to even think about getting injured and escaping. Li Qingshan said, "That's not a bad move. It should be described as a good combo." The enemy had been forced into the air by the ox demon tramples. Even Qi practitioners would be unable to move, so they could not dodge the tiger demon's slaughter of the tiger demon's howl. Li Qingshan was killing his subordinates wantonly in an almost experimental manner. Zhuo Zhibue was both surprised and furious, and he even felt a sliver of fear. He had never thought that a hunt he had been so confident in would actually reverse the roles of the hunter and the prey. It had become a one-sided slaughter by Li Qingshan. This kid is even more dangerous than the zombie Daoist. If I don't find a way to turn the situation around, even I'll be in danger today. Zhuo Zhibue quickly chanted an incantation. He separated his hands and pulled out a ball of fire. The flames surged into a scorching dragon of fire, illuminating the entire cavern as it let out a long roar. It lunged towards Li Qingshan with its claws and fangs. He had already used his full strength in this strike. It could not be compared to when he was in the Hawkwolf Guard. Even if he could not heavily injure Li Qingshan, he had to turn the situation around and gain the upper hand. Li Qingshan completely ignored the incoming flames. He extended his claws and grabbed the dragon's neck. The dragon's roar came to a halt. Zhuo Zhibue was not surprised. Instead, he rejoiced. He practiced the Bing fire method of qi of the 5 elements. It could ignite his true qi and turn it into scorching flames. All fire techniques seemed to be assisted by a god of fire. This was true qi that was extremely suited for battle. Its destructive power was only second to the gunmetal method of sharpness, and its destructive power over a large area might even surpass it. The temperature of the flames could even melt steel in an instant. Since he was bold enough to grab it with his bare hands, he'd better leave a hand behind. However, his smile immediately froze. Under Zhuo Zhibue's control, the fire dragon struggled desperately in Li Qingshan's hand. The flames on its body grew more and more intense, almost to the point where it shone with a golden luster. However, it was still firmly trapped under Li Qingshan's hand. Red light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. He closed his hand forcefully, and the fire dragon turned into countless shattered sparks, drifting through the air. The same move is useless against me. However, it did not even leave behind a burn mark on his hand. The 5 elements reinforced and countered each other. His demon qi was of the water element, so it just happened to suppress fire. The demon qi of demons completely surpassed the true qi of humans in terms of quantity, so extinguishing Zhuo Zhibue's flames was nothing difficult. The 4 remaining Black Wolf guards used this opportunity to launch their full-powered attacks. They knew they were facing death, so every single one of them used their full strength. Low-grade or even mid-grade talismans turned into flames, wind blades, and lightning as they shot towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Spirit Turtle's profound shell." A faint, blue barrier of light protected him. Not a single attack managed to penetrate the Spirit Turtle's profound shell and reach him. All of the Black Wolf guards despaired. How were they supposed to defeat an enemy that they could not even touch? Zhuo Zhibue was filled with regret. He did not have any irreconcilable grievances with Li Qingshan. If he had known this earlier, why would he have turned against him in a moment of anger? Gu Jian called out, "Commander, let's retreat. The turtle shell is quite effective, but I wonder if it can block the assassination of a mid-grade spiritual artifact." Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at Zhuo Zhibue, waiting to continue experimenting with his moves. However, Zhuo Zhibue ordered firmly, "Retreat." Chapter 177. As a matter of fact, Zhuozhibua was not even bold enough to try using his flying blade. The range of his artifact was 30 steps. To regular people, that was quite a distance. However, with Li Qingshan's terrifying physique, he only needed to take a step and extend his hand to reach him easily. Swoosh! Zhuozhibua had not lost his mind when facing an enemy like that in close combat. He would probably die to Li Qingshan before his flying blade could pierce through the barrier around Li Qingshan. He could not die here. As long as he returned and exposed Li Qingshan's true face, powerful masters of the Hawk-Wolf Guard would come to deal with him. How could the Hawk-Wolf Guard allow demons to mix with them? As Gujian fled out of the cave, he looked back and discovered in fright that Li Qingshan had vanished from where he was. The colossal figure had instantly appeared before him with unbelievable, terrifying speed. Before he could even respond, he felt his body tighten and ache, and he lost consciousness. Li Qingshan grabbed Gujian and casually tossed him towards another Black Wolf Guard. The Black Wolf Guard cried out in surprise. The wind whistled past his ears, and he suddenly looked back. All he saw was Gujian's bleeding face inches away. With a bang, the two of them collided into the wall together and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. They slowly slid down and were no longer separated. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and spat out. The Spirit Turtle's demon core shot out, piercing the other fourth-layer Black Wolf Guard and reducing him to a corpse. In the blink of an eye, only Zhuozhibua and Xia Nanda remained. The unstoppable Hawk-Wolf Guard had basically been wiped out. While all of this seemed to take a long time to describe, it actually happened without the slightest hesitation. Zhuozhibua fled the fastest. He had already arrived at the entrance of the waterfall, while Xia Nanda treaded on the water as well. When he reached the end of the waterfall, he suddenly saw the demon core turn around in the air and fly towards him. He cried out, "Save me, Commander!" Zhuozhibua would never stop. Xia Nanda bellowed out and unleashed his full strength. The true qi he had cultivated for all these years surged towards the incoming demon core like the tide. However, before an absolute difference in strength, any resistance was pointless. The demon core only paused slightly before suddenly accelerating, piercing Xia Nanda's head and leaving behind a tiny hole. Holy Church, whether it was a fifth-layer qi practitioner or a fourth-layer qi practitioner, it was no different from killing a regular person to Li Qingshan. Zhuozhibua didn't care about what was happening behind him and rushed straight to the entrance of the cave. Although the cave wasn't small, it couldn't accommodate Li Qingshan's huge body. As long as he entered it, he would be able to escape. Suddenly, he was alarmed. He forcefully twisted his body in midair. A white prayer bead flew out of the waterfall and brushed past him. With lightning speed, it brushed past his chest and tore off a piece of flesh. "You are..." Zhuozhibua saw the child that Li Qingshan always brought with him, blocking the entrance of the cave with an expressionless face, standing on the silent flames. Although he did not release any aura, the sense of danger he exuded was not inferior to Li Qingshan's. Moreover, he could control an artifact. This child was actually an expert above the 6th layer, but how could he be so young? Zhuozhibua was left dumbfounded. Li Qingshan called back the demon core. Just as he was about to fall down, he used his demon qi with a thought, and a pillar of water rose up from the underground lake. It lifted up Li Qingshan and went straight for Zhuozhibua. There was a wolf ahead and a tiger behind, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Within the suffocating killing intent, Zhuozhibua's heart almost stopped beating. At that moment, he was filled with regret. He did not have any irresolvable conflicts with Li Qingshan. If he had ignored Li Qingshan in the beginning, he would still be the authoritative Black Hawk commander of Jiping City. He would have all the women he wanted, and he would never end up like this. However, it was already too late for regret. In this moment of life and death, Zhuozhibua's eyes reddened. He raised his right hand, and a flying dagger shot towards Little Anne. If she was willing to move aside, then so be it. If she was unwilling, then he would drag her down with him even if he had to die with her. As expected, Little N did not move aside. Forming a seal with her hand, the skull prayer beads also flew toward Shuajibo. Li Qingshan called out, "Little N." He watched helplessly as the flying dagger pierced Little N's chest. At the same time, the skull prayer beads struck Shuajibo's body, but they were blocked by a layer of protective true qi. They failed to pierce through Shuajibo in a single stroke, but they still sent him flying towards the waterfall. Li Qingshan's huge tiger claw carried a strong gust of wind as it clawed toward Shuajibo. Shuajibo's body lost balance, and his true qi was injured, so how could he avoid this claw? Li Qingshan immediately used all his strength, and with his unparalleled divine strength and enormous demonic aura, he crushed the layer of protective true qi on Shuajibo's body. Then, he did not stop. With the sound of bones breaking, Shuajibo violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Most of the bones in his body were broken, and he could no longer use any tricks. Li Qingshan rushed in front of Little N. "Are you all right?" Shuajibo knew that he was going to die after being held in Li Qingshan's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed wildly. "He was hit by my spiritual flame saber. He's definitely going to die." Little N shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Li Qingshan was still worried. As if he was picking up a doll, he picked up the little girl in his palm and examined her. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she was completely unharmed. There was only a small hole in her clothes. How? How is this possible? Shuajibo's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he was a qi trainer, he would definitely die if his vital organs, such as his heart and head, were pierced. The outer layer of Little N's flesh and blood, including her vital organs and heart, were all condensed. It was the appearance of her skin. Her real body was a skeleton. Even if her physical body was completely destroyed, she was still alive and kicking. Something like the heart could be repaired after being pierced. It wouldn't take much effort for her to do so. That was why Shaoan didn't dodge. Instead, she took Shuajibo's attack head-on. Shuajibo suffered a great loss because of the information asymmetry. If he had not been so cruel, he might have been able to jump between the gaps of Li Qingshan's fingers for a while. Li Qingshan raised Shuajibo in front of his eyes. "You are much weaker than I thought." Shuajibo said, "Don't kill me. I can give you great benefits." At the same time, he focused all his attention on the spirit flame saber, looking for an opportunity to give Li Qingshan a fatal blow. "Keep it for yourself." Li Qingshan tightened his grip. He did not listen to Shuajibo's nonsense and crushed him to death. The best way not to be bewitched by the enemy was to not give them a chance to speak. The spirit flame saber fell into the water silently. Shuajibo had seen Li Qingshan's true form, so Li Qingshan would never allow him to continue living in this world. Right now, the only benefits he needed were pills, large quantities of pills. As long as his cultivation increased, there would be benefits everywhere. The Soaring Dragon Elder's Sumeru ring was in his possession. Even if Shuajibo took out all of his wealth, it probably would not be as valuable as a single item in there. Li Qingshan found 100 treasures pouch from the bloody mess. He called out, "Little N, clear the area." Flames immediately surged over and took away Shuajibo's corpse. They did not even leave behind a single droplet of blood. Afterwards, they dispersed and devoured the corpses of all the Black Wolf guards, reducing them to the purest energy. Whether it was their bones or flesh, the quality of qi practitioners far surpassed that of regular people. They were rare delicacies. The color of the skull prayer beads became even purer. Afterwards, he returned with 700 treasures pouches and 7 low-grade spiritual artifacts. Li Qingshan picked up the spirit flame saber that had fallen into the water. It was a true mid-grade spiritual artifact, so it went without saying that it was worth quite a lot. However, before he could even check it, he suddenly sensed something. "Someone's coming." Little N nodded, expressing that he had sensed it too. Although the person concealed his aura as much as possible, slivers of it still leaked out, unable to fool the senses of the two of them. The person was actually a sixth-layer Qi practitioner. Li Qingshan said to Little An, "Let's hide and see who it is." He used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, and the spirit turtle's demon core sank into his dantian. He turned back to normal, concealing all of his aura, and dove into the depths of the pitch-black lake with Little An. Before long, a figure arrived at the entrance of the cave. He scanned the cavern silently like a cat. The dark underground greatly affected his vision, so he could not see into the water at all. However, Li Qingshan saw him clearly. The person also wore a black uniform of the Hawk Wolf Guard, but the patterns on his clothes were different from regular Black Wolf Guards. Li Qingshan immediately realized that this person was the Black Wolf commander he had never met before. He had no idea how he had ended up here. The newcomer was Lao Shishan. He had followed Zhuo Zhibua all the way here, waiting for a chance to take revenge. However, when he followed Zhuo Zhibua to the first fork, he almost couldn't tell which direction Zhuo Zhibua had gone. Only by relying on his sense of quantity did he choose the correct direction. He had only just reached the sixth layer, so he was still rather unable to control his true qi. As a result, Li Qingshan discovered him easily. Lao Shishan widened his eyes and patrolled the cavern extremely carefully. The demon qi he had sensed earlier was no joke. If he really did run into such a powerful demon, it would be extremely dangerous. The auras of the qi practitioners earlier vanished one by one. As it seemed, they were probably done for. He did not want to follow in their footsteps. However, after sensing for quite a while, he found nothing in the end. The demon qi seemed to have vanished into thin air. The spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression was so effective that even a 9th-layer Qi practitioner like Grandma Shiman could not sense it, let alone a 6th-layer Qi practitioner like him who had just grasped the basics. Don't tell me Zhuo Zhibua is dead. Lao Shishan thought of this, but his emotions were very complicated. He was happy, but also regretful. He had endured hardships for several years, and just as he was about to take revenge on his old enemy had died in the hands of some inexplicable demon. However, he was still more happy at the end of the day. He also decided not to take any risks, silently retreating along the same path he had come from. Li Qingshan and Little End burst out of the water and sat on the beach to rest. Let's see what we've found. Suddenly, he thought, I wonder how Hao Pingyang and the others are doing. I wonder if they've found the zombie Daoist's dwelling. Hopefully, they're fine. Fresh blood continuously flowed from Jin Bao's body. He died with his eyes wide open and fear of death was frozen on his face. However, he was unable to stop the arrival of death. From his chest to his lower abdomen, his abdomen was cut open with a heavy technique. He died an extremely tragic death. Chapter 178. Chapter 76, Iron Plate Corpse. The small boat drifted with the waves. It fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere was rather cold. Hao Pingyang's face was completely sunken. He sat at the front of the boat, gazing into the depths of the cavern. The waves he kicked up landed on him. Zhang Lanqing furrowed his brows firmly. All he cared about was steering the boat with his head lowered. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao both felt rather awkward and ashamed. They said nothing. He Isher suddenly said, How many years have we known each other? We've only known Li Qingshan for less than a day, yet you're turning us against each other for the sake of an outsider. They had all attended the 100 schools of thought when they were young, and they were in the same year. Although there were differences in strength due to their different talents and efforts, it did not affect their relationship. Or in other words, Hao Pingyang did not look down on them because they were weaker than him. Instead, he took great care of them. Jin Yuan said, Isher is right. Senior brother Hao, don't be angry. Qingshan will be fine. Our priority right now is to work together to deal with the zombie Daoist and complete the mission Master gave us. After a moment of silence, Hao Pingyang sighed heavily. He nodded slightly and said, Make your preparations. This time, you won't have that kid to look after you. Jin Bao said confidently, don't worry. We'll definitely perform well this time. These images flashed through Jin Yuan's head rapidly, but they had lost their original color. They became pale white, only leaving behind Jin Bao's deathly still face. Tears constantly flowed down his face. He glanced at his younger brother one last time, but he dared not stop. He was like a headless fly, running around randomly in the pitch-black cavern. The heavy, beast-like breathing behind him grew closer and closer. A boulder suddenly blocked his path. He could no longer advance. He had actually reached a dead end unknowingly. How did this happen? If he had stayed behind and faced the enemy with Li Qingshan, would the outcome have been different? Yes, it would definitely have been different. Even a Black Hawk commander could not be more terrifying than this monster. Bang! Jin Yuan turned his head abruptly and saw a human head flying out of the darkness. It bounced a few times on the ground and landed beside his feet. It was the head of a puppet that he had released to block the monster. It had been smashed into pieces in a single exchange. A tall figure walked out of the darkness in front of him. His feet seemed to be wearing iron boots, clanking as he stepped on the ground. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light, and 4 long fangs protruded from his lips. He was panting like a hungry beast. "Aw!" Gold Ingot howled as he fired a string of fire crow bolts from his 1000-mechanism crossbow. Clang 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 clang. When they landed on the black shadow, sparks flew everywhere. The sharp fire crow arrows were actually unable to penetrate the monster's skin, and the series of flame explosions were also unable to harm it in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to be completely enraged as it let out a roar. In the light of the fire, the monster's body was covered with a layer of iron armor. It wasn't worn on his body, but was tightly attached to his body, covering his entire body. Every inch of his skin, even his face, was covered with half of an iron mask, making him look extremely cold and ferocious. Don't come over. Senior apprentice brother, save me. The monster leaped up and pounced at Gold Ingot like a bolt of lightning. A sharp claw stabbed into Gold Ingot's chest and lifted him into the air. Then, it bit down on his neck and sucked large mouthfuls of blood. Gold Ingot struggled with all his might, constantly hammering the monster's body, but it was to no avail. His arms and legs gradually lost strength, and after twitching a few times, he fell to the ground. His last thought flashed through his mind. If I didn't run away, I could at least have died with Senior Apprentice Brother and the others. Senior Apprentice Brother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a hurried bell rang out from the depths of the cave. The monster suddenly raised its head and carried Gold Ingot's corpse. It let out an unwilling roar and ran in the direction of the bell. The monster carried the 2 corpses to a wide cave, then lay down on Gold Ingot's neck and sucked his blood. The stone coffin was no longer on the platform in the cave. The thick chains that had originally locked the stone coffin were now tightly binding Hao Pingyang. To no surprise, He Yishe and Zhang Lanqing stood beside him. Their limbs were tied up as well. They were haggard and on the brink of death. Hao Pingyang became utterly furious when he saw Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's miserable deaths. He called out, "Jin Yuan, Jin Bao." The chains rattled wildly. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe were devastated as well. Kukukuku. The zombie Taoist laughed madly. You want to deal with me with just a bunch of trash? Have you witnessed the power of an iron plate corpse? He had spent all these years hiding underground and studying corpse refinement painstakingly, but he had not only refined a bunch of useless corpses and zombies. These things could only be regarded as rudimentary items in the path of corpse refinement. They could be used to bully the weak, but they were basically useless against powerful chi practitioners who were skilled in battle. Only by refining an iron plate corpse could he claim to know how to refine corpses. The zombie Taoist said, "Do you know just how much effort I spent to refine this iron plate corpse?" Hao Pingyang and the other 2 cursed aloud. The zombie Taoist said to himself, "I spent several years digging up graves and corpses everywhere. Who knows how many people I killed, but I only found 12 suitable corpses out of over 1,000. Afterwards, I refined a lot of refined metal into molten iron and poured it over these corpses layer by layer, dissolving and replacing their original flesh and blood. Just this process took me another 3 years, and I lost over half of the corpses. Afterwards, I constantly watered them with fresh blood and refined them with corpse refinement. Only then did the corpses gain intelligence and come alive. This took me another 3 years, but only this one succeeded in the end. The owner of this corpse was a top expert who practiced external martial arts. I poured molten iron on him and used true chi elixirs to keep him alive. I didn't let him die until he had accumulated enough resentment and hatred before I started to refine him. Sure enough, this is the only one that was successful. I really can't be merciful. He sure shuddered all over. Having scorching molten iron poured over him was a terrifying form of torture. The zombie Daoist's words chilled his heart even more. The zombie Daoist laughed madly. Although it took a decade of hard work, it was worth it. It was worth it. The iron plate corpse was impervious to weapons and moved like the wind. Its body was as tough as a spiritual artifact. Even 6th-layer Qi practitioners could only avoid it if they encountered it. When Hao Pingyang barged into the dwelling with his junior brothers, the zombie Daoist, who had been prepared long ago, released the iron plate corpse. The zombie Daoist had been prepared long ago. He released the iron plate corpse, and the outcome was as clear as day. They were basically surrounded by 2 6th-layer Qi practitioners, and they had the assistance of a group of zombies. They were heavily injured very soon. Jin Bao took advantage of Hao Pingyang clashing with the zombie Daoist and the iron plate corpse attacking the others to flee. Jin Yuan immediately followed him, but the iron plate corpse still caught up to him in the end, and he died a violent death. The zombie Daoist vented the depression he had accumulated for many years. He calmed down and said sinisterly, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this? That's because I want to refine you into iron plate corpses as well. With the experience from last time, it'll definitely be very easy this time." This was the terror of refining corpses. As long as he had the time, he could become an army all by himself. Hao Pingyang continued to curse loudly. All of the blood immediately drained from Zhang Lanqing and He Yishi's faces. If they were refined into iron plate corpses, just the process alone would be worse than death. He Yishi's willpower collapsed. He sobbed and begged, "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Once I become a proper mechanism master, I'll be able to earn lots and lots of spiritual stones. I can't die here." Hao Pingyang said, "Don't beg him. He won't spare you. We disciples of Moism have to die like men even if we die. Master will avenge us." He Yisher said resentfully, "It's all your fault. If you didn't bring us here, it would all be your fault." Hao Pingyang was stunned. He was speechless. Zhang Lanqing said, "He Yisher, have you lost your mind?" He Yisher said, "I haven't. You're the same as him. 5th or 6th layer, beating and cursing at us as you please. All of that is because of your talent and cultivation. What's so great about that?" Hao Pingyang's heart chilled. With his cultivation, he only had 30% of the profits. He could have easily found better companions. He just wanted to take care of a few classmates he was on good terms with, but he never thought he would end up like this. The zombie Daoist laughed aloud as if he was watching a show. Then He Yisher fawned over the zombie Daoist. "Daoist, master, I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I just hope you can spare my life." The zombie Daoist said, "All right. If you want to be my slave, there'll be plenty of opportunities." After a pause, he said, "Just wait until you become a zombie. Compared to living people, zombies are much more reliable. TSK, with your talent, you probably won't be able to become an iron plate corpse." He turned to Hao Pingyang. "You're not bad. It's a pity that Li Qingshan didn't come with you, or I'd have 3 iron plate corpses. Who in Jeping City would be my opponent then?" As soon as he Isha ravished with joy, he sank back into despair. His face was ashen. Even as a zombie, he was not as good as Hao Pingyang. That was extremely sarcastic. With a gentle smack, a small figure shot past quickly. Who's there? The zombie Daoist suddenly turned around and looked at the pitch-black entrance. He controlled the restless iron plate corpse before waving his right hand. 4 zombies leapt out. He had specially refined the 4 zombies, so they were much more powerful than the zombies in the morgue. Although they were not as powerful as iron plate corpses, they were equivalent to 3rd or 4th layer Qi practitioners. However, when the zombies leapt out, they did not make any sound at all. The zombie Daoist's expression changed. His connection with the zombies was severed at the same time. Who is it? Get your ass out here. Brother Hao, you really don't make friends. Li Qingshan walked in from the entrance. Zhang Lanqing said, Qingshan. The zombie Daoist was overjoyed instead of surprised. It's you. He studied Li Qingshan up and down. You really are great material. If you can be refined into an iron plate corpse, you might even be a little more powerful than this guy. Hao Pingyang said, be careful, that's an iron plate corpse. It's too late. A cold light flashed through the zombie Daoist's eyes. He struck Yinling, and the iron plate corpse lunged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan retreated rapidly. At the same time, he drew his wind-entwining blade and swung it forcefully. It shot past the zombie Daoist and directly shot towards the chains around Hao Pingyang's limbs. Chapter 179. The zombie knows martial arts, don't even think about it. The zombie Daoist extended his hand and easily grabbed the wind-entwining blade that shot past him. He swung it forcefully at the stone platform, and the damaged wind-entwining blade immediately shattered. With a rip, the black wolf uniform that could block crossbow bolts was ripped open 3 times by the iron plate corpse's claws. Li Qingshan was forced out of the dwelling in an extremely horrible shape. He called out, Little Anne. Clang! The crossbow string tore through the air, producing a sharp sound. The zombie Daoist suddenly looked to the left. All he saw was the child standing silently under the moonlight on the roof of the morgue, holding 2,000 mechanism crossbows. He shot out 60 fire crow bolts, which turned into 60 specks of red light. They flew up, down, left, and right, sealing off all of the zombie Daoist's escape routes. Luring me away? The zombie Daoist sneered. Since he could not dodge, then he would not. However, 6th layer Qi practitioners possessed powerful true Qi aside from refining corpses. How could he be killed so easily? True Qi surged out violently from his sea of Qi. He took off his low-grade spiritual artifact robes and flung them before him. Channeling his true Qi into them, the robes turned into a metal screen. Boom! 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 The fire crow bolts landed on the robes and were immediately triggered, exploding. Although his Daoist robes had been reduced to ashes, the zombie Daoist was completely unscathed. He took out an identical 1,000 mechanism crossbow. Now try mine. He had just obtained this from Zhang Lanqing. He wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Zhang Lanqing had never thought that the weapon he had created would end up being his enemy's weapon. Little N did not block it forcefully. He retreated behind a stone pillar, and with a few clangs, a few fire crow bolts nailed themselves into the rock. They exploded loudly, blowing the stone pillar to pieces. However, Little N had vanished from behind. The zombie Daoist frowned. Suddenly, he turned the 1,000 mechanism crossbow around and aimed it at Hao Pingyang. What are you trying to do? He shot out a few fire crow bolts. Hao Pingyang lunged over with the broken chains in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. Little N did not think he could defeat the zombie Daoist with just the 1,000 mechanism crossbow. He wanted to use this opportunity to save Hao Pingyang. A few fire crow bolts accurately destroyed the chains. The zombie Daoist was observant and alert, so how could he not know? Hao Pingyang neither dodged nor retreated. He swung the metal chain viciously and blew up the fire crow arrow. He charged at the zombie Daoist furiously as if he wanted to perish together with him. He was filled with endless fury that he wanted to vent. Faced with Hao Pingyang, who lunged over like a mad tiger, the zombie Daoist stood there without moving at all. He constantly fired the 1000-mechanism crossbow, but he was extremely restrained, pausing slightly after firing 2 or 3 bolts. He was not like Jin Bao and the others, who fired them all at once. The light from the explosion flickered on his face, illuminating the sneer on his face. How could he be defeated by an enemy he had just subdued? As soon as Hao Pingyang arrived 5 steps away from the zombie Daoist, the violent fire crow arrows forcefully blasted open the chains, creating a gap. Finally, an arrow passed through the gap between the chains and shot towards his chest. Hao Pingyang tried his best to use his true qi to block the attack, but he was also sent flying by the explosion. He fiercely crashed into the stone wall several dozen feet away, and his efforts were in vain. A qi practitioner who had lost their spiritual artifact was like a tiger that had lost its claws and teeth, and he was a feeble tiger at that. The zombie Daoist lowered the 1000-mechanism crossbow with contempt. Suddenly, he was alarmed and hurriedly raised his hand to protect his waist, but it was already too late. A tiny figure shot over with unbelievable speed and snatched the bell from his waist. The zombie Daoist was surprised, but he did not lose his composure. He said coldly, "Do you think you can control the iron plate corpse just because you have the bell?" The bell was only a tool to summon and control the iron plate corpse. However, what truly controlled the iron plate corpse was his own will. The bell needed to be activated by him in order to be effective. Little N turned around and rushed out of the cave. All he saw was the iron plate corpse chasing Li Qingshan everywhere. Although he had the swift breeze talisman to accelerate him, his black wolf uniform had already become tattered. Fortunately, he had the ox demon forge as its hide, which was why he was not too heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that he had to consider how to explain himself, he would have transformed a long time ago and killed the iron plate corpse. Although the iron plate corpse was fast and powerful, it was not intelligent. It did not know any techniques either, so it was not his opponent. Little N shook the bell, but the iron plate corpse did not seem to hear him at all. It continued to chase after Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it needed the zombie Daoist himself to control it. Little N placed down the bell and raised his hand. Li Qingshan dodged the iron plate corpse's claw by a hair's breadth. Suddenly, the iron plate corpse seemed to sense something. It turned around abruptly, and all it saw was a swathe of dark red flames filling the cave and surging over. A familiar hint of fear suddenly appeared in his resentful and bloodthirsty heart. The iron plate corpse did not possess true qi or demon qi. Its armor alone could block the attacks of any technique or spiritual artifact, but right now, it struggled to block the invasion of the flames. The dark red flames swallowed the iron plate corpse, wrapping around it like a snake. It all poured into the iron plate corpse's mouth, leaving nothing behind. The iron plate corpse's movements suddenly halted. Faint, dark red light shone from the depths of its eyes. In its skull, its shriveled brain had been burnt away, turning into a furnace that began to dominate the iron plate corpse's body. Little N shook the bell, and the iron plate corpse immediately arrived before her. Of course, it was not the bell that was controlling it right now, but Little N's flames. Her flames could attach themselves to the skulls of inanimate objects and control their bones. The bodies of regular people or even qi practitioners were not worth controlling, as their flesh and blood would naturally decay. Bones that had not been refined were limited in strength, so it was not worth wasting her energy on. However, the iron plate corpse was different. After being refined, it would not decay even after 1,000 years, and it possessed tremendous strength. It was basically like it had been prepared for her. This was the absolute suppression that high-level abilities had over low-level techniques. Their cultivations were clearly similar, but it did not even have the power to threaten her. Li Qingshan smiled. Well done. Just like that, he would have a powerful helper, and his strength would increase drastically. It would also be much more convenient for him to do anything. One of them was that he could kill the zombie Daoist in a perfectly justifiable manner. Little End copied Li Qingshan and shrugged. She smiled. In the dwelling, Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe, who had just seen hope, sank into despair once again. They believed that before long, the Iron Plate Corpse would return with Li Qingshan and Little An's corpses, just like Jin Yuan and Jin Bao. Hao Pingyang pushed himself up from the wall with difficulty and stared at the zombie Daoist with a sharp gaze. However, he was currently injured, and most of his true qi had been depleted. He did not have any spiritual stones or pills to replenish it either, so he posed no threat to the zombie Daoist at all. The zombie Daoist was filled with confidence, but whenever he thought of Little An, he would feel rather uneasy. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His connection with the Iron Plate Corpse had actually been severed. He immediately lost all of his composure and charged out of the cave without any regard. This was the fruit of many years of hard work. He could not afford to lose it. No matter the price, he had to take back control of the Iron Plate Corpse. Before he had even made it out of the cave, a tall figure blocked the entrance. It was the Iron Plate Corpse. The zombie Daoist chanted a technique in a hurry and used a technique, but all of his orders were like rocks sinking into the ocean. He received no response at all. Little An shook the bell, and the Iron Plate Corpse swung its claws, reaching towards the zombie Daoist. The zombie Daoist was filled with disbelief. How could the Iron Plate Corpse that he had refined for so many years be taken away so easily? If that were the case, then all the corpse refiners in the world would be dead. However, the cruel reality was right before him. He had no choice but to believe it. He had only taken out a decade of hard work to enjoy it for a while before it was forcefully taken away. This feeling was like a child he had raised after so much difficulty, only to be called father by someone else. It was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit blood. Good! Hao Pingyang cried out. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe beamed as well. They did not know how to refine corpses, so they had no idea how strange it was. They only felt that Li Qingshan's luck was just too great. He had actually managed to turn the tables unbelievably. His mind was in a mess, and so was his movements. There was a flash of blood, and 4 horrific wounds appeared on the zombie Daoist's chest. However, the pain made him return to his senses immediately. He turned around and fled. Where there was life, there was hope. He already had the experience of refining the Iron Plate Corpse. As long as he could escape, there would always be a chance for him to make a comeback. The Iron Plate Corpse blocked the zombie Daoist's way. It raised its hand and threw a punch, compressing the air and producing a sharp whistle. The zombie Daoist blocked with his palms in front of him instinctively, but the Iron Plate Corpse used its terrifying strength to forcefully smash through his protective true qi, sending him flying. The zombie Daoist stared at the Iron Plate Corpse with widened eyes. It's impossible for my Iron Plate Corpse to be so powerful. He knew exactly how much power the items he refined possessed. The current Iron Plate Corpse was much more powerful than when he controlled it just now. This was obviously the work of Little An's pale, red flames. Her flames could turn even regular skeletons into powerful warriors, so it would obviously benefit the Iron Plate Corpse greatly. And, when the zombie Daoist controlled the Iron Plate Corpse, all he did was issue an order, and the Iron Plate Corpse would attack instinctively out of its thirst for blood. It did not care about any moves or how it used its strength. However, Little An was particular about it. Under the control of the flames, the Iron Plate Corpse was basically like a clone. She could control it to make the most detailed movements. This was just like how an ordinary person had suddenly practiced inner force and understood moves. Obviously, their strength would increase drastically. Before the zombie Daoist could even return to his senses, the Iron Plate Corpse strode over. It seemed to move with some kind of footwork, making it impossible to determine where it was attacking. It was completely different from its straightforward method of attack. The zombie Daoist took a great step back and avoided the range of the iron plate corpse's claws. Afterwards, he stared at it in disbelief. The iron plate corpse raised its leg and kicked him in the face violently. The shockwave twisted the zombie Daoist's face, and he spat out a few teeth. Why did the iron plate corpse know how to whip its leg? He had never heard of an iron plate corpse using its leg to attack an enemy. It had always used its claws and teeth. Before the zombie Daoist could even land on the ground, the iron plate corpse caught up and grabbed his calf. With a shoulder throw, it threw him against the ground viciously before lifting him up and throwing him against a stone pillar on the side. The iron plate corpse's movements were like that of a master of external martial arts, using brute force to overcome technique. All that was left was speed. Li Qingshan could even tell that many of the movements were imitating his ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Little N had seen Li Qingshan practice these two fist techniques countless times. Right now, he was using them all through the iron plate corpse. The zombie Daoist did not even have the strength to fight back. Li Qingshan sighed. Sure enough, zombies know martial arts. No one can stop them. P.S. I've accidentally dropped out of the top 40 in my monthly votes. There's not much difference between the people before me. I need to work harder. I need to work harder. I need to work harder too. The following scenes will only become more and more impressive. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.